Kincade Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, happy Wendy's football Thursday morning.
The kickoff is here, finally. Finally.
Dude, we made it. We got Chiefs Ravens tonight. Like, and it's a great freaking game to start the year.
Do people in other professions do this?
It's tax season.
Exactly. Like,
I think it's tax season's over.
Yeah,
is our buddy Ron Davis? I think it's the day after tax season.
Yes.
So when Ron goes, man, tax season's over. Like, I'm thinking, like, there's
probably not.
Window Nation probably goes, man, it's February. We don't do as many windows. Got a chance. I mean,
you should still get your windows prepared for the summer.
Right.
Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
I have no idea. I mean, like, I think we're the only people who do this.
Yeah,
man,
probably.
Not a lot of heart attacks going on right now.
Yeah, no, this is
cardiac unit.
This is a good time.
This is awesome.
This is a good time. We have the Chiefs and the Ravens tonight to kick off the NFL season. And, of course, tomorrow night, Eagles-Packers. You know we will have Birds coverage every second of the day tomorrow, beginning with us here on Kincade Salciunas, through the Mike Missanelli show, through the best show ever. And then, of course, we got the pregame show with myself and Connor Thomas and Bill Colarulo. Then the postgame show. It's going to be a busy
day today with Missanelli.
Dude, I mean, it's electric. I mean, we are here. There's a different spirit. There's a different, little pep in our step. There's extra juice coming out the gate. Not that we didn't have it.
No.
And we were lucky, man. We were very, very lucky in terms of what we do for a living in terms of content. These Sixers provided it when we needed it. The Phillies provided tons of it when we needed it, right? The Eagles also provided it all off season because there were so many storylines. The National Football League is the league that never sleeps. It always is always in the news cycle. But damn, it's also pretty good to talk about.
Fun.
It's good to talk about an actual game.
It is. And tonight, you're talking about when you see the Chiefs and the Ravens, you're looking at it going, I wonder how the Eagles stack up against them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you're thinking about a parade down Broad Street, you're saying one of those teams could stand in their way come February. So when you're in the mix, every single big game in the NFL involves the Eagles.
Right.
When you think the Eagles are Super Bowl contenders, and I do believe they are, you look at every one of these big games and go, well, Ravens, I wonder how we'd match up against them. And you get to scout the Ravens because you play the Ravens.
Right, absolutely. So we are going to do a lot of NFL stuff today. More division in the 9 o'clock hour. We are going to predict our division winners, something that I like to do every single year. I like to parlay my division winners.
I'm going to do what you did. So today I'm going to create one.
It's something to pay attention to all season long. We are also going to look at the 1,000-yard rushers, the 1,000-yard receivers, 4,000-yard passers. We're going to have a lot of fun with prop bets. We're going to have fun with MVP talk. Season-long conversation. We'll give our official predictions of who we think will get to the big dance.
I have 8 of my over-unders. Every year I bet $25 each.
Okay.
On 8 over-unders by team. I take my favorite team bets of over-under in the season. They're going to be up on 97.5 The Fanatic later, but I'll share them with you later.
Okay.
So I always do that, and then I have my Eagles bets. I'm looking so forward to this. It's so much fun. It's so great to be here.
Yeah, a new season in any sport's tremendous, but you know what it's like when it comes to football season, especially here in Philadelphia. It is how baseball's a marathon? No, this is a damn sprint. Baseball is a sprint, football is a sprint. It ends too quickly, but I'm freaking happy it starts today. So here's where we're going to start. Even though we're going to have a lot of NFL talk, we are going to start with a Eagles-specific topic. John, do you believe that the Eagles are being disrespected? Or do people have a point when it comes to their discussion about the Eagles? I'm remembering that tweet from the great Real Mama Eagle about how there has not been a national media member that has really given a real reason as to why the Eagles will either take a step back or not make the playoffs. We read that Bill Barnwell article a few weeks ago. He believes the Eagles will be taking a step back. There were 5 teams.
Yes.
And the Eagles are one of those 5 teams. I think he said also Ravens, Chiefs, Giants, and Steelers, something like that. But the Eagles are one of the teams that will take a step back. And he actually gives reasoning because Bill Barnwell does do
He did, but some of it was bogus, and I was glad to tweet.
Some of it was incorrect.
I was glad to tweet back that a couple of his points were absolutely Like, one was poorly researched, one was, I think, completely bogus.
Right. There were some things that were literally incorrect, but he at least tried to give reasoning other than
tried to.
Jason Kelce, right? So I'll ask you, do you believe the Eagles are being disrespected, or do you think that some people have a point?
I think the Eagles brought the disrespect on themselves.
Okay.
Because of the way that they pooped the bed last year at the end of the season. So they have every right to be doubted by people. I think they took their step back last year. I think last year was the step back.
Step back season.
I think last year was a step back. It's not a Super Bowl hangover, and Bill Colarulo and I have gone back and forth about that. When you start 10-1, you didn't have a hangover. When you come off a Super Bowl and you're 10-1, you didn't have a hangover. But what I would say is this, is that it's up to the Eagles to prove that they haven't taken a step back. I don't believe they have, and I believe last year was what we said. And I would put it as last year was a misstep. Not a step back. It was a step back as far as achievement.
Okay.
But last year was a misstep, and I believe they've corrected the misstep, and we're going to see a fantastic bird season.
And is it that we see this because we are living it day to day, and these people, like the national media members, probably don't see it until it's actually happening?
Yeah, well, I mean, because national media members aren't going to – no national media member is going to be able to tell you pretty much as much about the Eagles as we could. But they could tell you more about the entire league as a whole.
Probably.
And maybe how it stands up. It was said to me once, I said, the great Dan Reeves, God rest his soul, said it to me, there's two ways you can't see. You can't see something if you're too close. You can't see something if you're too far. Those are the two kinds of vision problems.
Right.
And sometimes we're too close to things. And so I think we tend to overanalyze or overhype them, whereas somebody else might look at the same situation and say, I told you. I can tell you before, Dansby Swanson saying, I think you're nuts worrying about the Phillies.
Yeah.
The Phillies are an incredible team, incredible organization. Like, are you guys seriously worried about the Phillies?
Were Phillies fans that were.
Exactly. Yeah. And he's like, don't worry about that. Like that you don't worry about those things. When you've got good teams, you say, okay, let's just breathe. And sometimes we don't when we're looking too close at it.
Okay, so I want to hear from the people today. You can text it. You can call in 610-632-0975. Do you think the Eagles are being disrespected, or do you think some of the media members have a point when it comes to talking about the Eagles? Now, let's face it. The Eagles' defense is still a major question mark, right? And we'll kind of see how it plays out. I think we have all come to terms with the offense has to win them games. You just hope that the defense isn't, Swiss cheese like you saw last year.
Yes.
The Devin White thing that happened yesterday, not just the fact that he is out because of injury, but the story that comes out from Albert Breer, or the tweet, I should say, that comes out from Albert Breer, that Devin White at one point was potentially on the trading block because Nakobe Dean beat him out in practice, which I know Jeff McClain talked about last week, but he was really the only guy.
Jeff has it documented twice.
Yes.
By the way, our own Andrew DiCecco.
He has as well.
Also has documented that he thought that Nakobe Dean was the guy who stepped up and took it.
Right.
So as far as that's concerned, I don't know. Do you feel better about where the Eagles defense is from what you saw over the past 6 weeks? Like, and what you saw, what you heard, what you've consumed, who we've talked to. I sort of am at the same place. I'm at sort of at the same place I was late July. I don't expect the Eagles defense to be hugely improved. Let's put it that way.
Right.
But I do expect them to be impactful. I think the Eagles defense is going to this year take away the football from opponents. Because that's what Vic.
God, something that didn't do it all last year.
Well, that's what Vic Fangio defenses do.
Yeah.
And I've documented that in a few things that I've written for the website and we've talked about here on the show. A Vic Fangio defense takes the ball away. So I'm expecting them to still have their issues. And young players are going to have them. But I'm a believer that we're going to see an impactful Eagles defense that we didn't see last year.
And I love that. And I think, to answer your question, I don't know if I feel better than I did in July, but all I know is, and I've said this to you guys a couple of times now, the Eagles defense, this one at least has upside, whereas last year they were who they were.
They were.
Well, the fact that they got to 10-1 was amazing with that defense last year. When the defense started getting ripped apart, I wasn't totally surprised because of the lack of talent they had defensively. This year, there's question marks, but I think they're good question marks. Like Quinyon Mitchell's a good question mark. I don't know if he's going to be Darrelle Revis in year one, whether he's in the slot or in the outside, but he's got an upside. He's a first-round pick. Like, I believe in Quinyon Mitchell. I believe he's going to be a good football player. It might take him 6 weeks.
When you look at veteran players in a training camp, when veteran players even mention a rookie by name and start talking to him, they did it with Jalen Carter.
Yep.
They talked about it with Jalen Carter going, yeah, the veteran's going, yeah.
This guy's good.
This kid's going to be trouble.
Yeah.
He's going to be an issue for people. When you hear them talking about Quinyon Mitchell.
And you hear
he
from,
likes to talk.
You hear from veteran offensive players. A.J. Brown going up against them.
He likes to talk. He likes to talk a little trash.
Yeah.
He likes the challenge. Well, I'm gonna. We'll see if the rookie's got what it takes to back it up. I love that. Because immediately that means like if like in a locker room or in a workplace or whatever. If people are busting, you're the new guy at work or whatever. If people are busting your stones and
right
giving you a nickname and stuff like that, you're fitting in. And it looks like the veteran players and the younger players have meshed well with this group.
So
I'm excited.
Of course.
I woke up this morning with a smile on my face knowing that this is beginning because I truly believe we're on the dawn of what's going to be a fun 4 months of Eagles football.
Well, I hate to do this to you from a smile on your face to I'll go a confused look on your face.
Okay.
Did you see the Ringers quarterback rankings that came out yesterday?
I did not.
So you know the Ringer.
Yeah, I know the Ringer.
It's different.
Sure.
You know,
it is. It's different.
They go a much different approach when it comes to sports coverage, when it comes to data analysis. That's probably the biggest keywords right there.
And I'm not
analysis.
I'm not a detractor of them, by the way. Some people are.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not a detractor of them.
So one of my other questions when we ask about are the Eagles being disrespected or do people have a point? My other question to that is, it depends on how we take it, or maybe that's more of a statement, but it depends on how you take it. I'll go back to last year. I thought Jalen Hurts was going to regress from 2022 to 2023.
Okay.
The word regress is like an awful word, right?
All right.
Even though factually he did, but it might be too harsh of a word. If I said, hey, I don't think he will be as good as 2022, but I still think he's going to be good, people probably take that in a much more lighter way. When I use the word regress, people are like, what are you talking about? He's going to regress.
No, I understand you.
Right? I think it depends on how people take it. There's something that people get very upset about. Oh, he's just a system quarterback. Well, if the system's built for that particular player, why is that a bad thing?
Oh, I agree with you.
Like remember Tom Brady's just a system quarterback, which was ridiculous talking points.
Pretty freaking good system.
It was just people that were upset that Tom Brady was so good, and he, of course, beat the Eagles in 2004. The Eagles got revenge. Yeah, the system was because of what he could do, right? The Jalen Hurts thing. People try to take away from Jalen Hurts. Oh, well, of course he's going to be good. He has A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert, Devontae. That's not his fault.
No, it's not.
He's got to get the ball to those guys. Can I make the case that other quarterbacks would thrive in this offense? Yeah, of course. Does Jalen Hurts not thrive? He had a down year last year, but he was still statistically pretty good, and I expect him to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is, though, is that you went into – I think there are Eagles fans that are in different camps, and I thought about this yesterday. I took a long hike yesterday. Listened to Mike and Bill and Ray. Had a good time with that. And I was just going through some things. And Jalen Hurts was in my head. Mm-hmm. I think there's different Eagles fans. There's Eagles fans who sort of believed in Hurts from the beginning. There's Eagles fans who I think the vast majority of them are sit on the fence.
Yeah, I think that's
and they still don't want to jump in. And then there's the Eagle fans who were wanting them to move on from Jalen Hurts even after his first season, and that's the camp I think you were in.
I was in that camp.
If you thought they could improve,
yeah,
could they get?
I thought Russell Wilson. I didn't think Russell Wilson would become creepy.
You didn't realize how weird he
creepy
is.
hoagie guy and Mr. Unlimited.
Like I didn't realize.
I thought he was going to be the same quarterback. Oh, by the way, with these weapons, right?
No,
I thought he was going. I thought he was going to be okay.
But I think there's 20% of the camp was with him from the beginning. 60% lays right there in the fence. And then there's 20% who were like, could you move on from Hurts? And I think that when you ever think about moving on from somebody, you always have your eye on moving on from them.
Okay.
And so I hope Jalen Hurts can move you into the camp of being, I don't know how many he's going to move to that 20% this year, but I think a lot. I think it's going to be the year that moves this entire fan base into, we have our franchise quarterback for the next 10
And I'm
years.
expecting that too. I'm expecting to have another great season this year. So I want to read the breakdown that they gave on Jalen Hurts. Yep.
Okay.
I'm just reading you the breakdown. All right?
All right.
Jalen Hurts has completed 3 full seasons as the Eagles starting quarterback, and he's looked like a different player in each one. In his first season, he seemed like he could be a bottom 10 quarterback. In year 2, he was an MVP candidate and a top 10 passer. And then there was last season, when Hurts struggled to overcome incompetent coaching and a nagging knee injury and wound up performing like a middling quarterback. So far,
That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's completely false.
What's false?
December 1st, December 1st.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts was number 1 in MVP odds.
And then what happened?
It happened at the end, but he was not a middling quarterback. He was the MVP leader of the entire league on December 1st. We're talking September games, October games, November games. To paint him as a middling quarterback is absolutely fake news.
I will say this though.
Fake news.
Hold on. I will say this. I get odds and all that kind of stuff. You know me. I know you do. I'm a fan.
You do love it. It's fun.
I'm a fan of the ticket.
We are.
You know what I mean?
And you like physical tickets. You love that.
Don't. Come on, man. The FanDuel Sportsbook at the.
You're gonna go visit them today.
I'll be there.
You're gonna go visit today.
I'm gonna take some time there. Even though he was the MVP odds favorite on December 1st.
Okay.
New England, he wasn't good. Minnesota, he wasn't good.
You.
Tampa Bay, he wasn't good.
You can give me every disclaimer you want. He was the odds-on favorite to be considered the best player in the NFL on December 1st.
I don't know what that really matters.
I think this is where we're too close. We're looking at it as the rest of the country.
Yeah, but you're looking at it as just as odds favorite.
No, the rest because he was.
Yeah, but this is September 5th. I mean, we know what happened from that day forward.
Do. But painting him as a middling quarterback last year is false.
Did he look like a good quarterback down the stretch when they were losing to Arizona?
No, he did not.
No.
But he was not a middling. He was not a middling quarterback last year, and that is we're talking about last season. The Ringer writes about last season.
He
was not a middling quarterback.
If I was ranking him based on last season alone, he'd probably be between 12 and 15 in football.
He was not good last. Dude,
is a middling quarterback.
Well, I do not believe
I don't want to sound harsh on the day before the first Eagles game. He was not good last year. Statistically, he was okay. I get it, statistics, but watching with my eyes, I watched Jalen Hurts struggle. Even if he was making plays, I watched him struggle. Rolling right away, right? He didn't look as quick last year. He made some bad reads.
He absolutely did not look as quick.
His turnovers were his fault. There was not Brian Johnson's fault.
Many of them were. Yes, you are correct.
So I'll continue. They believe that Hurts' true talent level is probably somewhere in the middle of the wide range of outcomes. He's not the rigid, mistake-prone passer we saw last season, but he's probably not the perennial MVP candidate the Eagles thought they had when they gave him a record-setting contract. And that's kind of where I'm at. And I don't think that's, again...
So you're doubting the contract they gave him?
No. Look.
Is that where you're at?
That's where the money is. That's how it's going. What I'm saying is I don't believe, you've heard me say this on 124 shows now, I don't think he'll ever be 2024 or 2022, excuse me, which was the second best player in the NFL. And in my eyes, the best player in the NFL. That 2-week injury was what made him lose the MVP. But I don't think he's who he was last year or year one. I think he's going to be not as great as 2022, but better than 2021 and 23. He's going to be a top 10 quarterback between 5 and 10. I don't think he's ever going to be 1, 2, or 3 again.
Okay, I think that sometimes, though, you can be the 5 to 10 person, and because your team is great,
uplift
you can be the one that wins MVP.
Absolutely.
You can be, he can be 5 to 10, he can win an MVP.
Hurts is a decent quarterback who happens to be a good all-around football player. He's not totally comfortable reading a defense from the pocket, which is why he gets blitzed so often. He throws a beautiful deep ball down the sideline, but that doesn't extend to throws to other areas of the field where more pure arm strength is required. It continues. So far, I know you had exception to the middling thing.
Middling was false.
The way they broke him down.
Right.
Got no problem with it. I'll tell you where he ranks next.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
And this is where I think people will be disrespected by the number. But when you read what is written about him, I don't think it's totally off base.
Is this going to piss me off on the opening of NFL?
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Hey, don't
At least we
forget-
got Wendy's.
And oh, by the way, the Phillies won yesterday. We'll touch on them
Yeah!
at some point. And speaking of disrespect, CBS did their division winners yesterday.
No.
Eagles didn't get much love.
Oh, jeez.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas on this beautiful Wendy's Thursday morning.
It was like 58 this morning.
You know what?
Leaving the house. That was nice.
Wendy's is football food, right?
Well, it depends. You could get the chili on a
Dude,
on a bad day,
a burger?
right?
Dude.
Burger's
No,
good.
Wendy's is food all year round, but because today is day one of the football season, I'm not going to screw this one up. I'm going to give out my first Wendy's $50 gift card right away, Connor.
You're going to do it now?
I usually mess this up in the first hour. How
You
about
do.
caller number 1, because it is week 1 to the contest line. The what line?
The contest? What was that?
215-263-0975.
The contest?
215-263-0975 will win a $50 Wendy's gift card. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Contest line.
Where'd contest come
I don't know.
from?
I don't know, dude.
He was too excited about the Wendy's.
I'm
It
very
happens.
excited. It's a burrito day for us today. It's football day today.
There you go.
And I want to hear from you at 610-632-0975 if you believe the Eagles are being disrespected or if it's how you take it. So this Jalen Hurts breakdown on the Ringer. I want to read you one more sentence.
Okay.
Or a couple more sentences.
By the way, I didn't disagree with a ton of it.
Right. Like, I think what was written about him was actually pretty fair.
No, I think it's pretty fair. I think the Ringer does pretty good work.
So it
I really do.
continued.
Yeah, outside of one tall Cameroonian man.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't like him at all.
Didn't they come up with like the Velociraptor stat or whatever
Yes,
it is?
the Raptors. Yes, they did come up with the Velociraptor stat. But Jalen Hurts, if you're just tuning in, they wrote up, they did their quarterback ranking. I haven't given the number yet, okay? But what they wrote about Jalen Hurts, I don't think is that far off. At least
I got to hear this.
At least that's my opinion. I don't think he will ever be the top 2 player in the NFL again. But I do believe he will be in the conversation and will be better. Like, I think that's a fair thing to say. They wrote about the weaknesses, as I told you.
Okay.
They continued. Those weaknesses do not outweigh his many strengths, though. His running ability, which was limited by injury last season, forces defenses to load up the box, which makes his star receivers all the more dangerous. And despite a bloated interception total in 2023, Hurts remains a sound decision maker who doesn't throw many interceptable passes, mostly because he avoids the middle part of the field where interceptions tend to happen. You put all that together, and you get a spectacularly average quarterback in today's NFL. That final couple of words is going to piss people off.
It pisses me.
A spectacularly average quarterback.
He's not
in
an
today's
average.
NFL.
He's not
He
an
is
average quarterback.
I disagree with that part.
But
he's not an average quarterback.
But some of the assessment of what they believe makes you average. If you're going to talk average, there's a 32-team league. Jalen Hurts is not average. Jalen Hurts is not 16.
Correct.
You cannot tell me there's 15 better quarterbacks than Jalen Hurts.
Well, they do.
That's what? Are you kidding me? See, now I thought what you were going to hit me with was that they were going to say all these things and then he was going to be higher ranked.
Nope.
Okay, what is their quarterback review based on? Can you tell me that?
You just lead it perfectly, John.
All right, give it to me.
Here's their method.
All right.
Steven Ruiz is the guy that creates this for the Ringer. He creates these rankings by first grading each quarterback along each of the 6 attributes. Those
Okay.
6 attributes are overall accuracy, arm talent, creativity, decision-making, pocket presence, timing.
Okay.
The overall grade is the result of a weighted average of those ratings. Accuracy and decision-making each account for 25% of the grade.
Okay.
Arm talent is another 20%, and creativity, pocket presence, and timing make up 10% apiece.
Okay. I'm going to tell you who should be the number 1 quarterback in the NFL then.
Who's that?
Brock Purdy.
Oh, well, you're far off.
Based on those statistics that you're telling me.
I don't think he's
Brock Purdy is
I don't think he's got a cannon of an arm.
but Brock Purdy, if you're talking accuracy and decision making, he's better than Patrick Mahomes.
All right, well, here's how their calculator, based off of their opinions, drummed it up. Jalen Hurts comes in at number 17.
Okay, that's so terrible. Okay, wait. That is so terrible. Who are the people that are ahead of and don't start from the top. Start from the 16, 15, 14.
The name you just mentioned, Brock Purdy.
That's ridiculous. Brock Purdy, if you're taking by the numbers that they defined for me, accuracy and decision making, he's probably number 1 in both of those statistics.
I might disagree with accuracy.
No, but his statistics, he's
right.
He's
But
there.
I watched, the Niners were on national
Sure.
television a lot when the Eagles weren't on. I watched that man throw horrible balls that were made, plays were made great. And this is not me just trying to badmouth Brock Purdy, because I'm going to give credit to Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk.
You're saying not the
Christian
best ball.
McCaffrey,
Not the best ball.
George Kittle. I did not see the best throws, and I saw guys make great plays.
Okay.
And, by the way, it's the screen passes to Christian McCaffrey will help your percentage. Your
All right, I don't
quarterback
want to
completion
derail this into that. Okay, so Brock Purdy's right ahead
16,
of him.
yeah. Cousins, 15. Goff, 14. Now, this one is amazing that he's at 13, despite having a lot of issues in previous seasons. But I know a lot of people are expecting him to have a bounce-back season. Kyler Murray's at 13.
Oh, my God. Are you freaking nuts?
Bro,
Yeah.
stop it.
This is so dumb.
Jordan Love, 12. C.J. Stroud, 11. This one is the dumbest one. And
Dumber than Kyler Murray at 13.
Yes, because I remember...
That's going to be hard to beat.
I
Connor.
remember this one being dumb last year, too.
What?
Geno Smith is not a top 10 quarterback.
Okay, that's so ridiculous. That's so freaking ridiculous.
Just shut up about the...
That's so ridiculous.
Aaron Rodgers at 9.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence at 8.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
Burrow, Prescott, Matthew Stafford at 5. Herbert 4. Allen 3. Lamar 2.
Wait a minute.
Mahomes
Whoa.
1.
Herbert's 4?
Do you have this
Based
list
on what?
printed out?
Ridiculous.
No, I just have it on Ringer.com.
Okay,
Because
that's
we would have to
ridiculous.
burn it if you had printed it.
Wait a minute. Justin Herbert 4, when
Yes.
accuracy and decision-making is 50% of the grade?
Yep.
Justin Herbert can't be a top 10 quarterback if 50% of the grade is
I don't
that.
think he's a top 10 quarterback, period.
So what did he do?
I don't know.
What
But-
the hell?
So that's the thing. That's why I asked the question. Are the Eagles being disrespected? This could be a team thing.
No.
This could be a head coach thing. This could be a quarterback thing. Any individual that you want to talk about is somebody on the Eagles being disrespected. Jalen Hurts coming in at number 17 is totally disrespectful. However,
Okay, you have a however on this.
well, I have the
Okay.
on the show sheet. It also depends on how we take it. What they wrote about him, I didn't think was far off.
I didn't think it was either, but it doesn't make sense. What they did. Like, I'm telling you right now, that does not.
Yeah,
That really does
him
not
being
make
at
sense.
17 is foolish. What they wrote about him was not.
Yeah, so what I read that as is these guys, like, they have the proper thinking on the evaluation of the
But
quarterback.
then they let the calculator do the rest.
And then they're morons about how they put the list together.
You see, I think Connor, I think you nailed it.
Yeah,
Is
that's it.
they tell you what the criteria is, and then they don't follow the criteria.
Exactly.
Because there's no way that accuracy and decision-making being 50% of the grade, that Justin Herbert sniffs being a top 10 quarterback, let alone a top 4? What the hell? I think that's a terrible job by
It's
them.
the Patrick Star wallet thing for all the SpongeBob fans out there. It's like your name's on the ID in the wallet. So here you go.
Yes.
It's not my wallet. Like,
God,
that
that's
doesn't
terrible.
make sense.
No, it doesn't.
does
It doesn't
not make
make any
sense at all.
sense. But what they wrote about him, I thought was kind of fair. So let's talk about it. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. What do we have on the text line this morning, Connor, when it comes to our Eagles discussion about Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, the whole team? Are the Eagles being disrespected? I'll tell you who CBS believes will win the divisions in the NFL coming up later on this hour.
Oh, is that going to put a smile on our face?
No, disrespect continues. That's why that's today's topic. What do we got, Connor?
So John from Ridley has an interesting question for John Kincade.
Okay.
Because you're bringing up Jalen Hurts' MVP positioning, and he says Tua was up near the top of the MVP rankings for most of the year last year. Was he an elite quarterback because of that?
I think that, again, you can be a 5 to 10 quarterback, and you can be considered the MVP because of what your team accomplishes. Now, a part of the surrounding cast and everything, but yes, Tua's right there as far as, because if you elevate your team, you're in the midst. He was never number one in the thing as far as I remember. I don't ever remember him being there.
No.
Number 1, December 1st, Jalen Hurts 2 years in a row. That's all I know.
Right, but like if Tua's number 2 or number 3 because the Dolphins are playing well, I still think that's a guy that's like between 13 and 15 as far as NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, like I
do not agree with you. I do not agree with you there. But if you're telling me back end of the top 10, 10, 11, 10, maybe 11, yeah, I could get it.
I could give you 10 quarterbacks better than Tua.
We all look at it differently. Like, I don't value the December 1st MVP favorite. Like I don't value that kind of stuff.
Okay, so you don't value 75% of an NFL season being in the books.
No, like
And where a guy stands?
Vegas odds, I don't necessarily value them.
Because that part of that is where the public money falls.
Yeah, I don't really value Vegas
Oh, it
odds.
is. Part of that is absolutely where the money falls.
Yeah.
But why would people be betting on a guy who wasn't playing great ball?
Because
Johnny,
they
we just
does.
read a list. People are stupid.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to more of your reaction. Are the Eagles being disrespected, or do people have a point? CBS, their panelists picked the division winners. Are we missing something? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic on this Football Thursday, a Wendy's Breakfast Burrito Thursday morning. Football with the Chiefs and the Ravens. It's the day before a Fanatic Payday Friday, a Football Friday, when the Eagles play. Like, this is beautiful, man. We have made it.
We have.
A little extra pep in my step this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Until you started kicking us in the privates.
I wasn't kicking the privates.
I should have.
Yeah, what gives?
Connor, honestly, I wish I'd worn a cup today.
How am I kicking? I'm asking
this
questions.
stuff's pissing me off.
I'm asking questions. I'm
Okay.
asking, Your Honor. I'm asking questions, okay? Look, the question is whether or not the Eagles are being disrespected, not whether or not I'm disrespecting them.
No, I
Objection,
think
leading the witness.
I think Jalen Hurts is being disrespected.
I think he is.
I think he is, and I think he's going to take that pigskin, and I think he's going to shove it where the sun don't shine.
Damn right, man.
On many of these so-called experts.
Now, speaking of so-called experts, again, there has been a common theme of this show.
Yes.
You and I have been extremely excited for this season.
Yeah.
We've gotten pushback from Eagles fans, which is crazy to me. It's topsy-turvy land. And recently, a lot of predictions have been coming out about the season, which leads me asking the question, what are we missing?
Okay.
So CBS had their 6 panelists give their predictions. One of them being your buddy Will Brinson.
We had Will's intervention live on air.
Yes, you did. Pete Prisco, who I think does a tremendous
Pete.
job.
Yeah, I like Pete a
Great
lot.
draft coverage, too. The other guys I'm not so familiar with. My apologies to Ryan Wilson, John Breach, Jared Dubin, and Tyler Sullivan.
Okay, I don't know many of those either.
Those are the 6 lead guys at CBS that cover the NFL.
Okay.
On a national level.
All right.
So they did their division winners for every single division. They also did their playoff predictions.
Okay.
The NFC East. Again, let me repeat what I have said numerous times. I believe it will be a failure of a season if the Eagles do not win the division. I will be shocked if the Eagles do not win the division. I believe the Eagles win the division comfortably.
Okay, what are you going to tell me that's going to piss me off now?
Of the 6 panelists, only 2 of them have the Eagles winning the NFC East.
We know Brinson doesn't.
That is correct. Jared Dubin
Okay.
and Tyler Sullivan both have the Eagles winning the division. Will Brinson has the Cowboys.
Okay.
Pete Prisco has the Cowboys. John Breach has the Cowboys. This Ryan Wilson fella has the Commanders winning.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
What are we doing here? This is crazy.
Oh, my gosh.
You're
you know
telling
what that
me the
is?
Eagles are going to take such a step back and the Commanders are going to take not a step forward, a freaking leap? Like,
No.
this team's one giant leap from mankind
No.
to the top of the NFC East?
No.
Are you kidding me?
It's just dumb.
So,
That's dumb.
I then continue.
Okay.
Pete Prisco at least has the Eagles as the second wild card team. Ryan Wilson, who has the Commanders win the division, does have the Eagles as the second wild card team. John Breach has the Eagles as the third, but Will Brinson, your buddy, doesn't have the Eagles even making the playoffs.
Yep.
Seriously, are we missing something?
No.
And I don't believe this is clickbait. They didn't put out a post that said, hey, Eagles fans, you're not going to like this. They just said, here are our predictions.
No.
And they get their predictions, and 2 people out of 6 have the Eagles winning the division, 3 have the Cowboys, 1 has the Commanders, and 1 person doesn't even have them making the playoffs.
That's crazy to me.
It's disrespectful.
It's crazy.
It's disrespectful.
Look, and Will Brinson came on this show, talked about it, and he said flat out he believes what we saw last year was a beginning of a downfall of this franchise. And he doesn't believe in Nick Sirianni. So at least he had reasons that he backed up, and he goes, I don't believe Sirianni's a good head coach. I believe that the problems that were evident with this team last year are real, and they didn't go away. He doesn't believe they've gone away. And he thinks it's going to be a mess. He doesn't think they're as talented as we're making them out.
Well, that's
on the defensive side of the ball. He thinks they're going to be terrible.
They might be, but they're going to be better than last year. And the Eagles' offense should be better than last year.
I would agree on both those fronts.
All right, let's go to T-Love. I want to get to some calls and some texts. You can text in at 610-632-0975. Are the Eagles being disrespected, or do these people that cover the league have a point? And how much does it depend on how you take it? Jalen Hurts coming in at number 17 on the Ringers list is freaking moronic. However, what they wrote about him I thought was close to being spot on.
Not crazy and not unfair.
Let's go to T-Love. What's up, T-Love?
What's up, buddy?
Yo, what's up? Good morning. First of all, fellas, Eagles football is about to start. I don't care about the rest of the NFL. Actually, I do because I love football. But my team is getting ready to start this season. And damn it, all I keep hearing, man, is this negative stuff about my quarterback this, my quarterback that. Man, listen, this season, our team is getting ready. I need some rah-rah stuff, man. I don't need all of you guys give life to too many negative comments by these off-brand. What the hell do we care about the rest of the world?
Yeah, well, hold on a second. Today's not a pep rally.
And T-Love, it's not our job to be cheerleaders. It's our job to have an opinion on things, and we're sharing a positive opinion on it.
Yeah, we're disagreeing with the people that you're upset about. It's not like we're coming on here saying, yeah, they're right.
I get that. But this is where I miss, I got to say it, fellas. I got to say it. This is where I miss Anthony, man. I miss the cuz, man.
I appreciate the call, T-Love.
That's how you get it. I'm not going to we're not going to blow sunshine up your skirt. Like T-Love, we're not going to just tell you what you want to hear.
I believe,
and I think we're on the same page.
What you want to hear when it comes to the Eagles.
I'm not here to shake pom poms.
No, the Eagles are going to be a good football team. There are people that don't believe that they are. So our question, T-Love, is: are they being disrespected? I would guess that your answer is yes. Just don't be disrespectful here.
Yes, please.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We'll get to more text messages, and we do care about the NFL as well. We'll start looking at some prop bets and other fun things.
I have so many ready to go. I can't wait.
We'll begin with the quarterbacks in the 7 o'clock hour, followed by the wide receivers. And I can't wait to get into the running backs because I noticed something that you're going to love, Johnny. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this beautiful Thursday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's Wendy's Thursday morning, day one of the NFL season when the Ravens and Chiefs battle tonight at Arrowhead. And then, of course, tomorrow, tomorrow is game one. Is that better for you, T-Lo? Should I shake my pom-poms? Tomorrow night.
Game day.
Game day for the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles host the Green Bay Packers, kind of, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Eagles, the home team, even though that doesn't necessarily matter. But the Eagles will be taking on the Packers tomorrow night. We'll have you covered all day long here on The Fanatic. And today as well, we'll be talking Eagles all day, but we're also going to focus on the NFL and specifically about futures, future bets, division winners,
Yes. I can't
props,
wait.
you name
I
it.
can't wait to make, because I've always heard you do this.
Yes, it's so much fun.
The season long, pick all the parlay with the division winners. And I have not made my final picks yet, but I think I know 4 or 5 of the 6. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to doing it. We'll do it live on the air.
We'll
and
do
I
it
will
in the 9
calculate
o'clock
the bet.
hour.
I cannot wait.
And I like to do
What
one.
else do you do?
So, well, when I do the divisions, I like to do all of them.
Okay.
Right? And then I'll do all right, I feel very comfortable about these 4.
Okay.
Because
see,
some of the divisions are hard, right?
I study the over-under win total numbers for the entire league.
Okay.
And then I try to find, okay, what are the top 20 that I like? Then I try to get it down to the top 15.
Right.
I say every year, now I set $200 aside. Mm-hmm. And I go $25 each on the 8 over-unders. I have never, since the betting app started, I have never not had 5 out of 8.
Okay.
So I've technically made money
Right. Yeah.
of doing it.
Well, I need your guys' help because I'm a moron when it comes to futures bets. I can't win a futures bet to save my
Really?
life. I can bet a game today, but if you bet something a week, a month, a year, in
Yeah,
the
because
future,
you usually do like you're not. I don't consider you.
I just live in the moment, Johnny.
Yeah, but I consider you a guy that you'll say, I sort of like the Eagles here, laying the points or whatever. You usually do pretty good.
I'm good on games that are happening. I'm
Right.
not
Okay.
great on things that could happen. in the
We'll
future.
have some fun with the futures bets as the show
can't wait.
continues. We'll start with the quarterbacks later on this segment. Whether it's the awards, because let's face it, MVP is the quarterback award at this point. But also we'll look at 3,000-yard passers, 4,000-yard passers. You have Jalen Hurts reaching that 4,000-yard
I do
clip.
have Jalen Hurts there.
So you might parlay him with a couple of quarterbacks. We'll do that coming up around 7:10. But here's what we're talking about today. Our question for you at 610-632-0975 is whether or not the Eagles are being disrespected or if people have a point. As we get closer and closer, now that today is game one, all the national media sites will be posting their official predictions, okay? And I know, going back to our previous caller, T-Love, right? I want enthusiasm. I want excitement today. All right, you're going to get that tomorrow. Tomorrow is game day for the Eagles. It's going to be, 4 hours, a 4-hour pep rally. Today's night one of the NFL. And it is okay to read something where it's not just pro Eagles. And that goes back to what you said, John. Sometimes we're too close to it or sometimes we're too far away from it.
I don't, and I also don't like, personally, I'm not ripping on T-Love. I do not like when somebody lives in an echo chamber.
Right.
When they go to I just want to hear good stuff. No, I want to be informed, and I want to hear what other people are saying. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to spike the football in these people's faces.
Yeah.
I really do. I really, really do. And if Jalen fooled me, then shame on me, because I am totally bought in. Totally bought in.
And, when I look at these division winners and I see 3 out of 6 on CBS pick the Cowboys, 2 out of 6 pick the Eagles, and 1 actually going Commanders, I want to rip this Ryan Wilson dude for picking the Commanders, but part of me also wants to hear him out because maybe there's something that I'm missing because I'm so focused on Eagles. And, oh, by the way, I'm so focused Eagles-Cowboys because I think those are the only 2 teams that have a legitimate shot. This guy might be able to paint me a picture as to how the Commanders could win, even though I think it will still be incorrect. So, look, I'm not somebody that's just always reading pom-poms. I'm not reading, ilovetheeagles.com, right?
No, that's not
I'm going to read other stuff to try to get as informed as possible. And look, there were probably some people picking the Eagles to not win the division last year. Did they say it would play out the way that it did? No, but they would have been correct because the Eagles did not win the division last year, even though we all thought on this station, not just this show, that didn't happen yet, but on this station, that the Eagles would be that anomaly, would be that outlier, the team that loses in the Super Bowl that does indeed get back to it the next year. That normally doesn't happen. We thought that was going to happen, and through 11 weeks, it looked like it.
It did.
And there were a lot of people that kept on saying on the outside, yeah, hold on a second. There's something to this Eagles team that you're not going to like. And then it played out. I could have, through 11 weeks, only played the positive things on middays last year. But there were people that were pointing out issues with the Eagles that I did see. I just tried ignoring it.
And when they were 8-1, 9-1, 10-1, I had people that would email me incessantly going, "My gosh, they're 10-1, dude.
Right.
They're 9-1. What are you complaining about?" There's 9-1 and there's 9-1. There's 9-1 from 2022.
Yep.
That looked completely different when they were clown showing people, when they were taking fourth quarters off compared to what we were doing last year. Surviving.
Yes.
Just surviving and getting
And
by.
good teams win. And they found ways to win.
They
right?
did.
That was my biggest thing. All right, it's not pretty, but good teams find ways to win. And they did that through 11 weeks. Then obviously it fell apart after that. All right, so what do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text the show. You can call the show at 610-632-0975. Are the Eagles being disrespected, or do the people that cover the league have a point and we're missing something, or does it depend on how we take it? The Jalen Hurts ringer rating coming in at number 17 is ludicrous. What they wrote about him wasn't necessarily ludicrous. What do we got on the text line?
Colby in Central PA says the Eagles disrespect. Yes, the Eagles are being disrespected. Apparently, some of the lists out there being made by people aren't doing their homework. There's no way anyone should say the Eagles aren't at minimum a top 5 team across the NFL. Offense is. You have Vic Fangio here to work with the defense. Defense is going to be a workhorse this year. I believe that they're being disrespected.
I don't know how anybody can say that about the defense.
Yeah, that's
And
too
that's
far.
the only
on
thing
that.
I'd say.
I was about to
That's
sound-
way too far. And
I was thinking of when he said workhorse. I was like, all right, how is he? What does he mean by workhorse?
And I said it before. The Eagles have brought this on themselves because of last year. I believe the Eagles defense is going to be. We're going to talk about it. I'm confident. We're going to come in here in October and November and be talking about the fact is, man, that Eagles defense, they turn people over.
Unless
They take the ball. They took the ball away in a strategic situation. They did something like that.
Yeah, unless our texter Colby there means like the offense is going to be so good, the defense is going to have to be the side that works to make sure this team is as good as they want it
Maybe,
to
and
be.
that's why I was trying.
All right,
That's why I was, the hamster was spinning a little bit.
Yeah, you got to
know,
get him running.
slowly.
Come on,
Okay.
football season. Tell the
Okay.
hamster to wake up. Does he like Wendy's?
No, the hamster will wake up for Wendy's.
Absolutely. All right. Do we have any other text messages, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Get the calls as well, but we got our quarterback props that we'll get to in a second.
Yeah, we got $1 billion, dude. Of
Oh,
course. It's
okay.
football
All right.
season. We got a text here. No name on this one. They say they did not bring in Saquon Barkley to have a fallout year. There's no way they're going to be bad like last year. It's not possible. They're being disrespected.
And that's why I went. I'll go back to something that I said. Was this when John was out? That Howie Rose.
Did you save all your good stuff for when I was in Avalon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man. Was the mindset of Howie Roseman topic when John was out and you
Yes,
were
it
sitting in
was.
John's chair? All right, so I want to run this by you, John.
Okay.
One of our topics, because I didn't want to do Super Bowl or bust while you were gone,
Right.
Because we've said we'll get to that point at some point where we ask
At some point, we
where we
will
ask the
maybe get
question.
to that. Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
We could get there tomorrow.
Teaser for tomorrow's show. I asked the question, do you believe Howie Roseman's mindset is Super Bowl or bust? And I painted a couple of pictures for you, both yes and no. The yes is, look at what he did this offseason. He signed Saquon Barkley, which is something he normally would not do.
No.
A running back
It was
like
completely
that.
out of character.
Knowing what we know now about Devin White, but think about it for a second, he signed a higher-priced linebacker in free agency, which
He
is
did.
something he normally doesn't do. He drafted a cornerback in the first round, which is something he never did,
No.
right? Howie Roseman has never done. Jahan Dotson was a trade where we all thought, yeah, they're going to acquire a third wide receiver, but we thought it was going to be a cut player.
Absolutely. Yes. We thought I thought it was going to be picking somebody off of a roster late.
He traded, whether you think a third-round pick is a lot or not, he traded a third-round pick for a wide receiver to add to this team. So Howie Roseman made moves that would tell you he's all in this year.
Yes.
However, he also made moves to set things up for the long run. The defense is now younger. Jahan Dotson is under control for 2 years after this season. It's not like he's a rental. Saquon Barkley's contract's not going to kill you next year either. So I'll ask you, Johnny, try to put your head in your brain in the head of Howie Roseman, or put his brain in your head, however you want to work. Do you believe his mindset is Super Bowl or bust this year?
Yes.
Explain.
I think his moves clearly show that he was aggressive in giving Vic Fangio what he wanted and what Vic Fangio was looking for in shopping. And I think it was absolutely clear that when you go and you sign, look, it's really a 2-year deal for Saquon. The way that they structured it, it's 2 years of really big money for Saquon Barkley, and it could be possibly a third if they want to keep it going. This is short-term thinking. This was very much short-term. He locked down AJ, he locked down Devontae, and he did things with a long-term vision. But he knows right now you have two thoroughbreds in their prime at wide receiver.
Right.
You've got the last real year of contract-wise of Dallas Goedert. You've got your star quarterback who now is being paid, starts to get paid this year. I absolutely think he sees the clock ticking, that this is I think he looks at it, even with a younger team, as a short-term window that he knows this team has a chance to do it. And by the way, the NFC landscape, how he studies that. And the NFC doesn't have a ton of true Super Bowl contenders.
No. You feel great about the Niners' chances, obviously.
Right.
They'll be there until they're done. They're like the Chiefs, just without the winning. Right? The Chiefs, hey, until they're done, I believe that they're going to be in the Super Bowl every year. Until the Niners are done, I believe that there's a chance they're in the Super Bowl every single year, but they'll just keep on losing. I was with you, Connor. I think you were more so of he's putting together a potential Super Bowl team, but with the of years moving forward.
Well, yeah, I do think there's a little bit of an extension to this window to next year or the next couple years, because we talked about how young this team has gotten quickly, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I don't think there's much about this team. If you transpose this show to September 5th, 2025, I think we will be talking about a lot of the same players in a lot of the same positions. Now, outside of 2 years, I'm not sure. But giving yourself a 2-year Super Bowl window, it's different than, for example, what the Rams did when they won it, where they said, we're going to trade every draft pick, we're going to sell out everything, we're going to go get Matt Stafford, we're going to win this year, and then we'll figure out the rest when we get there.
Picks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. The Eagles have not done that. So I do think they have a larger window than just this year. But this was definitely like they're in win now mode, and anyone who tells you they're not is not seeing this correctly.
Absolutely. All right. We'll get our quarterback props in a second. Let's go to Mike and Yardley. Let's see if Mike can rebound from his call yesterday that John was not happy about. What's up, Mike?
Michael?
No. Oh, good morning, guys. Guys, there's reasons why the offense was bad last year. There are objective reasons. There was a formula that they used, and I want to see if that formula was thrown away in the garbage. No matter if they win or lose tomorrow, which they are going to win, but no matter if they do that, I want to see the ball ran outside the tackles. I want to see under center. I want to see pre-snap motion. I want to see Hurts throw the ball over the middle of the field. I want to see the defense pressing at the line of scrimmage on the outside. I want to see them get off the field on third down, which we were atrocious at. I want to see good red zone defense, which we were atrocious at. I want to see us finish on the first drive, which we were really good at 2022 and really bad at in 2023. I want to see these objective football things, which are the formula to Super Bowl.
But yeah, I understood. I understood what you were saying. But as John then also said, if you see all that stuff and yet they lose, you know how you might be happy, but you know how this city will be.
I will not be.
And 0-1 against the Packers is bad.
And by the way, Mike, I don't think you're going to see.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to see all of the things you're looking for. I think at least one or two of them next week when we talk, you're going to go, yeah, that needs to be improved. That needs to be improved. But if this team can go on the road and can just look competent on defense and look explosive on offense, I'm feeling great about where they're heading. And I like you.
Yeah,
I believe they're winning this. I believe they are winning this game tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, of course. I believe that they're winning. And, yes, I would be happy and I would be upset if they did lose. But I'm looking for the change, right? Like, there was some change in the offseason with coordinators. We don't know where Sirianni stands in terms of his power over the offense. I'm looking for a change. Right? And that change I'm looking for literally has objective meters that I can say, oh, look, Hurts is throwing the ball over the middle.
Right,
Oh,
and that is
Yes,
that is
exactly.
accurate. And thanks for the call, Mike. We appreciate it. If Jalen Hurts is throwing to check, like a check down, I could see a difference
No.
in week one. If he does a check down, I'll go,
I've-
all right, he's being coached better.
I've told you off the bat.
Yes, you have.
As the big dork who has studied, I've tried to study everything with Kellen Moore. You are going to see Jalen Hurts, I would believe under center 15, 20% of the time. I'm going to guess that. I'm going to guess you're going to see him check down.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And like our own Andrew DiCecco, who'll be with us this football season, I think Dallas Goedert's going to play a bigger role in this offense than he's ever played in his Eagle career.
I agree with you. I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna have a nice year.
There's so many things that I'm going to love about watching a Kellen Moore offense.
All right.
I heard Mikey yesterday. Mike's a little skeptical of Kellen Moore.
Yeah, because
and
there's
again,
data to take the opposite side
when he's had his starting quarterback, he is a top 5 point producing offense. Period.
Yeah.
When he has had in his 5 years as a play caller, he has schemed wide receivers into open space better than any coordinator in the NFL. So those kind of things, when you've got Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, and you've got Saquon Barkley, there are things that he does well that I think fit this situation really well.
Absolutely. All right. So I want to give you some passing props.
Okay, I love this.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
I know where you're going to go on this one,
All right.
but your prediction for Jalen Hurts' passing yards
Uh-huh.
is 1,000 more than what
Than who?
Vegas is saying.
Okay, that could be because I could get. Now the thing is, I could get screwed.
1,000.
I could get screwed. That's the easiest bet in the world. Easiest bet in the world. Jalen Hurts, whatever you could do, find it. Easiest bet will be 4,000 yards.
Okay.
The easiest bet. Anything over 4,000, you're fine. I'm going ballsy and big, but I think it's going to be really easy.
His over-under is 3,525 and a half.
I would bet that over all freaking day. I think people are putting too much into Saquon now that they paid Saquon, so they're going to want to run the ball. I think Saquon Barkley has a chance to be as big an impact in the passing game as he does in the running game.
Or are they saying that Jalen Hurts doesn't have to do that much? Like, is this Eagles team so good that there's going to be points where it's just like, well, they don't need to throw the football?
You know, that's not. And Connor, we talked about it with the fourth quarters.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not out on the field.
It could screw the 4,500 yards thing could screw me big time on the fact that if he takes a bunch of fourth quarters off.
I don't know that it's a capability thing. I think it's a build of the offense and skill of the team type of thing.
Yeah, okay. And I think that's fair.
That being said, over.
Well, that being
4,000
said,
like that's the easiest.
3,500, he beat
the
that the
easy-
last 2 years.
I think it's the easiest over on the board.
Yes.
That's so simple.
All right, so you want to get chesty
Yes.
and say 4,000.
Yeah, 4,000. No, I'll begin at 4,000. Yeah.
So 4,000, you can get Jalen Hurts at plus 250.
That's an easy bet.
So I know
Easy bet.
we all have our respective betting apps. But
Yes.
something that FanDuel does, and I'm sure your respective betting apps can do it as well, allows you to parlay these things.
Okay.
Now, I can't on mine. Yours might be different. Parlay Jalen Hurts' over-under, and then Jared
cannot.
Goff's over-under.
I cannot.
but
on mine.
I can
At
parlay 4,000 plus.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know.
No, I can do that.
All right. So if you think Jalen Hurts throws for 4,000 plus yards.
Yes. What are his touchdown numbers at?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Because that's, remember, I've said 30. He is in the 30 touchdown passing club.
Oh, my God, dude.
What's the number? 23?
21 and a half.
Oh, my gosh,
Over.
it's easy. Easy. Okay, bet the 2, bet the 4,000, bet the over. Bet that over. That is honestly,
Is
if you
Vegas disrespecting Jalen Hurts?
if you see a baby today, go take its candy, because that's what you're doing.
Well, that's not very nice.
You're taking candy from a baby.
How about Hurts, Goff, Prescott, Tua? That's 4 that off the top of my head of 4,000 yards. A $10 bet wins you 180.
Okay, that's a fantastic wager.
Just the 4 of them.
That's a fantastic wager.
All right, we'll be doing more of this fun stuff. We have
I
more
like this.
quarterback props that we'll get to. We'll also get the wide receivers and running backs. And I want to play something for you coming up next. Stephen A. Smith was talking about the Eagles yesterday on First Take, and he said something about Nick Sirianni that I want to react to. And you might think, John, that I've changed my opinion on Nick Sirianni. I haven't. But what Stephen A. Smith said about Sirianni, I think is over the top.
Okay.
Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic on this Thursday morning. Kickoff Thursday morning. Wendy's Breakfast Burrito Thursday morning as well. Can't forget that. We'll be getting those soon.
I can forget it when I haven't seen it.
They'll be here soon. Don't you worry. They'll be here soon.
Okay.
I've
heard that.
They'll be here soon, John, okay?
Okay.
We're having
dude takes a week and a half off, and he gets impatient about the free
seriously,
food.
one day. We are doing some fun gambling stuff as well today, looking at futures bets. In the 9 o'clock hour, we are going to pick our division winners. We will put it in lock and key so that we can look back at it once the season comes to an end. But we're also looking at some individual player props. Jalen Hurts' over-under of passing yards is just over 3,500. I feel good about taking the over in that as well. I don't think he's going for 4,500 like you've talked about, but
Okay.
I will take the over of 3,500. You're going to get, basically even money for that. So we'll have some fun with that as the show continues. We'll get to some wide receiver props as well. If you have any bets that you love, feel free to let us know what you think, and we will take them into account, and maybe we'll parlay them with stuff. You can text in those answers. You can call in those answers at 610-632-0975. But, of course, we're not just doing gambling today. We're also talking about the Eagles. And one of my questions today is whether or not the Eagles are being disrespected. The people that are not picking the Eagles to win the division. There are people that are saying the Eagles won't even make the playoffs. So they don't win the division. They're not even winning one of the 3 wild card spots.
If they're picked to not make the playoffs, I believe they're being disrespected. If they're not picked to win the division, I got it.
Now, how'd you feel about the guy that picked the Commanders?
That is, to me, clickbait.
Because he had the Eagles making the playoffs as a wild card team, but he has the Commanders winning the division.
I'm floored, but hey, it's, one of those things where he can look back and he can say, I had it.
Yeah,
and
I
if they do nothing, he'll be like, I think the Commanders will be picking in the top 6, 7 picks of the draft.
Yeah, sure. He's going to look back on that like the Mayans do 2012.
Right.
Not even close.
Now, sticking with the website of CBS Sports, they also picked their Super Bowl winners and losers. Now, this goes back to something I said to you earlier this week. I love this NFL season because of how open it is. I don't know who, the Chiefs, of course, obviously should be everybody's team to come out of the AFC in terms of their picks. But would you be shocked if it's another team? It's hard to continue winning at that clip, playing that much football, especially you blink and Travis Kelce is 32, 33 years old all of a sudden. He's entering his 12th season in the NFL. Like, all of a sudden, these guys are getting up there in age. But what's cool is none of them, there's very little repeats. So Prisco and Tyler Sullivan both had the Packers winning the Super Bowl this year.
Wow.
Will Brinson, yo boy, has the Bills win the Super Bowl.
I swear to you, I swear, and I said it on the air to him that day. I was like, Will, consider this your on-air intervention.
Yeah.
Because I think Will's hit the sauce.
Yeah, there's no way.
The Bills, to me, are one of the teams that I think is going to go from being Super Bowl contender. I do not believe the Bills are a Super Bowl contender this year.
Correct.
That's me.
Connor thinks we're disrespecting them.
No,
I don't
no,
even
no,
think
no.
they win their division.
I think they're like a 9-10 win team, maybe. I don't know that puts you into Super Bowl contention. I think Josh Allen is still very good, but I don't think the roster, I agree with you on the roster not being
the
great.
roster's not great. So Brinson has the Bills win the Super Bowl. Ryan Wilson has the Lions. John Breach has the Bengals. Jared Dubbin has the Chiefs. So of those 6, there's only one repeat Super Bowl winner. And in those games, Pete Prisco has the Bills losing the Super Bowl. So that's 2 Bills in the Super Bowl.
I can't get over it. I really can't.
Brinson has the Bills beating the Rams. Ryan Wilson has the Lions beating the Texans. Breach has the Bengals beating the Lions. Dubbin has the Chiefs beating the 49ers in a rematch. And Sullivan has the Packers beating the Jets. But basically what I got out of this, there are only 3 repeats of Super Bowl appearances. 2 guys have the Lions, 2 guys have the Bills, 2 guys have the Packers. This league is open this year. The crazy thing is nobody really has the Eagles in it, which I think is disrespectful.
Yeah, no. I'm not going to call it. Not being picked to go to the Super Bowl is not disrespectful.
But I mean, not even making the playoffs.
Not even making the playoffs,
ridiculous.
to me, that is disrespectful.
All right, now
and it's going to end up being stupid.
Speaking of disrespect, and you're going to think I turned a page or something.
Okay.
Stephen A. Smith on First Take yesterday.
And he's got a romance going on GH, too, by the way. They're finally giving Brick a love interest. All right, here we go.
Congratulations, Brick. He's getting bricked up.
So, pause.
Jordan is very attractive. Police Commissioner.
I'm not talking about Jordan. I'm talking about the dude a year left.
Deputy Mayor Jordan Ashford.
Salciunas is too excited today about football season.
Go on.
Take a listen to what he says about Nick Sirianni. Now, a lot of it, I'll let you know right now, I get. It's the very end that bothers me. Take a listen.
Now, you got Kellen Moore there as your offensive coordinator now. And you got Saquon Barkley. But make no mistake, you on the clock. We're watching you. Because if you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, they're loaded. Offensively, how much more do you need? Yeah. You have one of the best offensive lines in football. You got one of the best, most elusive backs in football in Saquon Barkley. You've got one of the top 2 wide receiving tandems in the National Football League in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And you got a big tight end. Last time I checked, Dallas Goedert ain't considered a scrub or some marginal player. The brother can ball. What don't you have? Yep. If you really, really look at it offensively. Now, defensively, obviously there needs to be vast improvement, and we get that, okay? But the fact of the matter is you have the requisite weapons. And even last year with Jalen Hurts as your quarterback and what have you with the weapons that you had, nobody expected y'all to nosedive the way that you did. So I don't want to see this smile on his face and him acting like, oh, everything is peachy keen and everything is rosy and we good. No, you ain't. You got to show up and show us that 2 years ago wasn't a fluke.
All right.
Okay, well, what do you find so...
You can't call a Super Bowl appearance a fluke. You can't. And that goes back to the whole, they only beat the Giants and then the Niners because they were injured. You can't call a Super Bowl appearance a fluke. Everything else he said, I'm totally fine with because hello, I'm the guy that on the show and Connor that did not want him to come back. And all that stuff is true. Like, the eyes are on Nick Sirianni to start the season. You can't call a Super Bowl appearance 2 years ago a fluke. And Stephen A. Smith was saying this last year, that it was fluky. So this is now the second straight season where he's calling an Eagles Super Bowl appearance a fluke. Or could be a fluke. You can't do that.
I don't know. I think he might be able to in some way because he's not talking about the team. He's not talking about Jalen Hurts. He's not talking about A.J. Brown. He's not talking about Shane Steichen.
But he's talking about the head coach of the football team.
Okay, so haven't we made the argument that maybe it was Shane Steichen and Jonathan Gannon? Haven't we made the argument that this guy should lose his job after last year?
I've made that argument. You guys made the argument that he should lose his job.
Yes.
So I think you and Stephen A. Smith are on. Honestly, it sounds like the same. You're in the same church, different pew.
I can never take away a Super Bowl appearance from Nick Sirianni.
From the team.
Also, Nick Sirianni, dude. He would look. Nobody wanted him fired 2 years ago, myself included. Like, that guy had a feel for the locker room. That guy had a great working relationship with his coordinators. Clearly, he didn't last year, and that's why they have since moved on from him. I'm not all of a sudden turning my page onto a pro Nick Sirianni level all of a sudden. I will be keeping close eyes on him, like Stephen A. Smith said. But you can't call a Super Bowl appearance a fluke. You can't. Nick Sirianni could go 0-16 the next 5 years. I can't call it a fluke. He did his job as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles to a T 2 years ago.
Okay.
That wasn't fluky.
Was Doug Peterson's Super Bowl win a fluke?
No. He pushed all the right buttons that year.
Yes, dude. But do you understand what a fluke is? It means doing it one time and not doing it again. It's not taking anything away from that year. It's saying it's not repeatable.
It means I think again, I'm aligning with Connor on this.
Okay. Smart man, Johnny.
I think if you don't, what he says is right. A fluke doesn't mean you take away from what happened the 1 year. It means that it's not repeatable.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's like, and by the way, it's yet to be proven.
That's true. And look.
And you don't, and you've said, this is where I think you sound like Stephen A. Smith. Mm-hmm. You've told me you don't think he's ever getting back to 2022 level. Hurts.
No.
And I think this year's going to exceed it.
And that would be great.
And so, I mean, I think you're in Stephen A. Smith's same church, different pew.
Maybe it's the word. Maybe like the regress thing for me last year. When I said Jalen Hurts will regress, people took that as I think he's going to stink because the word regress is a strong word, even though I meant it literally. Like, I think he's not going to be as good as he was in the previous season. So maybe I'm stuck on the word fluke. I just I don't want to go that far and all because I don't want to go too far on Nick Sirianni. a guy who did not want him back, I don't want to all of a sudden say, "Oh, this guy has that was a fluky year. He has no idea what he's doing."
Okay, but if you tell me that the rest of Nick Sirianni's coaching career goes by without another Super Bowl
then it
appearance,
was.
I'm not going to say you're crazy to say that.
Yeah, but there's
If-
a lot of coaches that
what
only
if-
have one Super Bowl appearance.
What if Nick Okay, if you talk about the coaches that have won, Brian Billick is a guy who has that one Super Bowl.
Right.
Brian Billick is not looked upon as a great head coach. He's looked upon as a guy who won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Doug Peterson has won Super Bowl. He's not looked upon as that people are like, everything came together for him in that 1 year. I think Nick Sirianni's closer to those guys than he is to the guys who go to Super Bowls a few in their
Repetitively,
career.
Okay.
I mean, that's where I'm at. Let's put it that way.
I thought it was a little disrespectful, Stephen A, to go fluke at the end there.
He's doing well, though. He is doing well.
Who, Stephen A?
And Jordan's
Oh,
hot.
he's doing just fine.
He is.
All right, coming up next, we'll get to your text messages. We'll get to some wide receiver props.
Uh-oh.
As it is prop day on Kincade Salciunas, Futures Day, when we look at all the bets that we can place and keep an eye on as the season continues. By the way, it is a Wendy's Breakfast Burrito Thursday. They are here, and I'm going to devour one during the break.
All right, I'll see
Which
you.
means next segment will be your next chance to win a $50 Wendy's gift card. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 7:47.
How's that burrito going?
What, can you tell that I'm enjoying it? Oh,
I can
my
tell.
God.
Nice.
It is a Thursday morning, a Wendy's Breakfast Burrito Thursday morning. And, yeah, it was freaking delicious, as always. So I want you to try to enjoy one. Give me a number, Johnny.
7.
Wow, shocker. Call number
Shocker.
7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Caller 7 will win our second of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's, open till midnight or later. At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Caller number 7, 215-263-0975, as I continue to salivate over the delicious sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast burrito from Wendy's. It was pristine.
Makes everybody happy.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm already in a good mood because of football season.
And there we go.
And now I got a breakfast burrito out of it as well. Unbelievable. Speaking of football season, want to let you know that tomorrow is week 1, not only for the Philadelphia Eagles, but more importantly, week 1 of the new pregame show.
Okay.
That's probably more important than the Eagles' first game.
I didn't realize that, but okay.
You know, like we got to have a good first week. Me,
You
Bill
do.
Colarulo, and Connor Thomas. We're looking forward to it. Unlike the Eagles, though, we did participate in the preseason. Connor did hold out week 1 of the preseason. Well, because of his contract disputes, but we got you back for weeks 2 and 3.
Yeah, remember, you still got to park my car. It's in the fine print.
I'm not doing that, but we will
Holding
be
out.
broadcasting live
Okay.
at Xfinity Live.
Oh, that sounds good.
So if you are heading to Xfinity Live to watch the Eagles game tomorrow night, stop on by, say hi. And if you're not going to watch the game, but you're just using that as the pregame, the tailgate, because a lot of you might be going to the link for the watch party that they're having open to the public, obviously with the ticket. Come on by, say hi to us. We'll be broadcasting live from Xfinity Live starting at 6 o'clock, following the best show ever. We'll go until about 8 o'clock, probably around kickoff. It's all presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Use promo code pregame. I mentioned myself, Bill Colarulo, Connor Thomas. You will find us inside the newly renovated area that was Bully's Pub. You guys remember Bully's? It is now a renovated extension of the NBC Sports Arena, which includes a full-service restaurant, additional LED screens, arcade games.
I did not know that.
Neither did I.
That's great.
And a new indoor/outdoor bar and outdoor patio. So
Wow,
we'll be
sounds
inside.
good.
Yeah, so check us out. You can listen on the Fanatic, 97.5thefanatic.com, and check out Xfinity Live. They're throwing a massive home opener party on Monday, September 16th for that Monday night game, beginning in the valet lot with a DJ at 5 p.m., followed by, how about this? Monday Night Countdown will be there with Jason Kelsey, Scott Van Pelt, Ryan Clark, Marcus Spears, Adam Schefter, and Michelle Beisner-Buck. Then former Philadelphia Eagle Fletcher Cox will be handing out Bud Light's new Philly cans inside the expanded NBC Sports Arena. Obviously, you got to be 21 plus, but that's pretty cool. Monday Night Football, Monday Night Countdown's going to be there.
No, I think it's a great idea.
I mean, not as star-studded as our pregame show, but it's pretty cool.
No, it is pretty
up
cool.
there.
They'll take second billing to us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, listen, Kelsey was ready to take my spot if the holdout continued, but once they heard, I was good to go.
Yeah, you're good to
They
go.
said, go to Monday Night Football.
All right, we're going to get to the wide receiver props and futures in a second, but give us a couple of texts that we got there, Connor. Our main topic today is whether or not the Eagles are being disrespected, or if the people that are, I'm not disrespecting, depending on how you believe it, the people that aren't saying the Eagles are going to win the division or go deep in the playoffs, do they have a point? What do we have on the text line?
First-time texter here, no name on this one, but they say, with the way the second half of the season ended last year, I don't think the Eagles are being disrespected at all. Us Eagles fans, myself included, just say the team's so talented, there's no way that could happen again. People on the outside looking in only remember what happened last year while we're looking ahead.
And I think that's an incredibly fair analysis. The Eagles did this to themselves.
Yes.
Last year was such a pathetic bedwetting that they did it to themselves. So you got people shut up. Make people shut up. Go by your performance and everything. Go make people keep their mouths shut.
And
get your name out of my mouth.
What's crazy is but
I understand where every one of these people's coming from. I really do.
Just to steal a term from the COVID days, unprecedented times.
Oh, it's unprecedented times. I remember those.
What the Eagles went through, it was unprecedented times. Like, the fact that they went from 10-1 to 11-6, we've only seen something like that once, and that was in 1986 when the New York Jets were 10-1 and finished 10-6 back when it was a 16-week game schedule.
Okay.
The following year, they went 6-9.
Right.
Now, does that mean anything for the Eagles this year? I don't. If the Eagles finish 6-10 or 5-11, I might never watch sports again.
It is the greatest. It would be one of the greatest collapses in the history of a franchise.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I don't believe it is either.
No, not at all.
But it's it's people are entitled, I guess.
Yeah, they're
to
entitled
feel any way they want. I think the Eagles did this to themselves. I think they put this stank on themselves, and hopefully they're going to find a way to take it off.
All right, A.J. Brown, his over-under this year is 1,250.5 yards.
1,250?
Yes, and a half.
I feel very good about the over.
I do too.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't. Once he's gotten the treatment of once it's done, it's done. But I can't bet under until then.
But I would not bet it. I feel good about it, but I wouldn't bet it.
Interesting.
Because I really do believe, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm telling you right now, I think Saquon Barkley may make as big an impact in Kellen Moore's passing attack as he does rushing attack. And I think those are targets that are going to be taken away from the wide receiver room. And look, you weren't going out of your way to target Kenny Gainwell last year.
Right.
You weren't going, and they didn't go out of their way with DeAndre Swift. So to me, I think it's going to take away. I would not make that wager.
Okay. Now, real quick, Devontae Smith.
Okay.
Is at 975.5.
I would go over.
I would too.
How about this? I'll go bold and beautiful. I think DeAndre Swift will be your leading receiver.
Devontae
Smith. He will be your leading receiver. Yardage-wise.
He could be.
I telling you, that's where I'm leaning.
Now, this one, I almost want to say lock.
Okay.
But there's always the caveat, as long as he's healthy.
All right.
Dallas Goedert's is 625.5.
625.5.
He has passed that twice in his career when he's played 15 games and 12 games. The other seasons he played, 14, 13, 12.
I would say that's as close to a lock as you're going to find.
I want to say over.
Yeah, I think that's as close
These
to a
can't
lock.
all be lock-overs, guys.
That looks like a lock.
They absolutely can be. All right, coming up next.
I didn't touch the other one.
We'll get to other ones. We got the show reset. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas, and Andrew DiCecco will join us at 8:10 for the last time in football season. We'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic on this beautiful Thursday morning.
It is
Football
beautiful.
is in the air, Johnny. I got the long sleeves and pants on today, dude.
I did shorts and a golf shirt, but I was more thinking of later. I always dress thinking of later
I dress coming in.
because today's going to be warmer than it's been, I think, any day this
And
week.
then I undress when I get home.
I dressed
I don't
thinking
need to
of
hear
last
what you
night.
do when you get home. I don't really need it. That was a message I didn't need.
Well, actually, today's a big yard work day, so
it is?
I'll probably keep this stuff on. I like to keep the sleeves and pants, even though it's hot out. Like, I'm kind of psycho. I just don't want to get, nicked up.
Freddie Freeman would tell you to do that because of the skin cancer
Oh, that's another
is
part.
rampant.
Yeah. I
Rampant.
don't want to mess
so
around
do
with
that.
that.
Don't mess.
All right, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. Andrew DiCecco is going to be joining us coming up at 8:10 when we have
Last time he's going to join us.
Yes, on a Thursday at 8:10. We'll explain more. We'll explain
He's
more
tricky like that, Connor.
when Andrew comes up with us. All right, before we get to all of that, so there was you're not totally on board with the A.J. Brown over-under.
I am not. I think A.J. Brown, how about this? What were his, can you give me the first 2 years as an Eagle?
Of A.J. Brown.
1,400.
It was over 12. It was over
both
1250.
times.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have his least receiving yards.
1496 his first year, 1456 last year.
I think he's going to have his least receiving yards as an Eagle.
Interesting.
And and that's not casting any kind of negative aspersion on A.J. Brown. It's that they have a different offense. Kellen Moore's offense is different.
Right.
And Kellen Moore helps running backs out of the backfield for receiving yards, helps tight ends with receiving yards. I just think there's going to be less yards to go around, and I don't think A.J.'s going to give a damn about it. Like, I don't think it's
Right.
going to be something where...
As long as they're
I don't-
winning, man.
I don't think anybody's going to be saying, man, A.J.'s taking a step back. That's a 1,200-yard season.
No, as long as they're
they're
winning.
going to be fine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, I'm going to tease you something for 8:30 right now.
Okay.
We're going to do our running back props. Connor saw when my eyes lit up.
Okay.
I think I found a way to make money this year. Obviously, things have to play out the way that you want them to play out. But the wide receiver, so I mentioned how you can parlay like the 1,000+ receivers, the 4,000+ passers, right?
Sure.
The 1,000+ receivers. Tyreek Hill is at minus 1,300. Like, it's not even worth it,
No, it's not.
right? And then if you wanted to bump it up to the 1,250-yard receivers, Tyreek Hill is still at minus 310.
Okay.
Really not that much worth it.
No.
Like,
Not the value. When you're talking about value.
yeah, the
not there.
1,000+ receivers, CeeDee Lamb, minus 800. Justin Jefferson, minus 650. Amon-Ra St. Brown, minus 490. A.J. Brown, minus 470. Because it is a pass-happy league. The running backs, Johnny,
You're telling me value.
is there, and little do we remember that running the football still happens. It is a pass-happy league, but running the football still happens. And I may have found a way for us to make some coin.
Okay.
I'll explain more coming up at 8:30.
Look, making money in this economy.
Yeah,
let's
you'll
do
take it.
Let's
It's
do
time
it.
now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Hello, Connor.
This is how I make my money, boys. Today's headlines, nice and simple. We got some interesting stuff going on here. And, of course, with NFL season kicking off, we have a little bit of Eagles news. Not really
Right.
news, but
Right.
something interesting. I'm not sure if you've heard this man before, but he's been around the NFL a time or two. William Belichick was on the Pat McAfee show. And
I've heard of both of those gentlemen.
he was asked about Eagles fans. I want you to hear what Bill had to say when questioned about Philadelphia.
Philly fans love me.
Yeah.
Fly, Eagles fly. Fly, Eagles fly.
Is he trying to set himself up for something with the season
Oh.
about to begin? Is this positioning for Belichick for a potential position next year?
I think he has been, obviously in NFL circles, some really respected names have talked about him stalking this job.
Yeah,
So I don't think the fly Eagles fly thing, and I think it was meant mockingly.
I think so, too.
Eagle fans love me, like he laughed and everything.
Yeah, that's how I took it.
I take it that way too.
Yeah,
But,
that's how I took it. I do believe that Eagles fans respect Bill Belichick.
I think we should. You should respect Bill Belichick.
Either, if not the best head coach of all time, second best. But
He's one of them.
Yeah.
I think Andy Reid's the best, but I get you.
I don't believe that was a play to try to get a job with the Eagles next year.
Fair enough. I don't either. But hey, when you have the greatest coach of all time arguably mention you and mention the team when his name's been circulating around the job, you got to bring it up.
Okay.
Something else we have to bring up. This will bring a smile to your guys' face. The Phillies are focused on 2024. They have a great shot right now.
Sorry we haven't really mentioned them today. Football season starts tonight, but a great win for the Phillies yesterday.
Absolutely. Kyle Schwarber, another leadoff home run, 13th all of the year. Like, all of that, wonderful. But
That was amazing.
something interesting in the future. We haven't heard this guy in a minute, and people may be wondering, what's up with Andrew Painter? I don't know if you guys saw this.
I saw it.
I did not, so I can't wait to hear this.
Andrew Painter threw off the mound yesterday for the first time since Tommy John surgery. 15 pitches, reached 99 miles an hour.
They want him as the fifth starter next year.
Maybe higher than that.
Yeah, maybe higher. Right?
Well, I mean,
Now,
they break him in as coming off Tommy John, he's a fifth starter.
absolutely, and your top four guys are very good, but the ceiling of this kid, I want to hear from Mr. Trade All the Prospects about why Andrew Painter is going to be so big for this team
Look, I
next year.
still would have traded him because a guy with arm injuries scares me. Sixto Sanchez scared me, and now he's Tendo Sanchez because he gained about 50 pounds.
He really
right?
did.
Like, not that I think Andrew Painter's going to all of a sudden, get large and in charge.
No, he's
He's
lanky
fine.
young man.
But yeah, guys with arm issues before they even make it to the big league scares me. But if this guy can turn back to where he was pre-injury when he was going to be a starter last year or this year, when was he going to be a starter?
Last year, he was in camp. So he was vying for a
He got
position.
hurt last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Phillies blew it. They kept kicking the can down the road, and I think they blew it.
They probably should have just done it right away.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
But
it's not like you need a fifth starter right now.
look, if this guy becomes what you expect him to be,
Connor, I hate you.
then yeah, I mean, I could say that about any prospect. Like, if this guy becomes the prospect that you expect him to be, he's going to be a big piece of the team. If he becomes the player that a lot of people, the scouts, the people that track him daily, think he can be, then yeah, you have now him on the rise with Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola and hopefully a healthy Ranger Suarez. Like, yeah, you're going to be dominant again.
You know me. I'm not like this prospect's going to be a guy.
You are not.
This dude's going to be a guy. Andrew Painter is going to be a monster for this baseball team. I'm telling you right now.
You were
take
that
it to the bank.
confident.
Absolutely.
Monster.
Monster.
I hope so.
I want to believe you are correct, Connor, but I'm not going to go there.
Okay. Well,
Now, do I think he's going to be a hell of a talent? Yeah, but I'm not sure about that one.
fair enough. Just wanted to bring up a little update since we haven't heard of Mr. Painter in a little bit. If you won't take it there, Johnny, let's take it to a replay from earlier in today's show. And here's something you guys have been chatting about.
Do you think the Eagles are being disrespected, or do you think some of the media members have a point when it comes to talking about the Eagles?
Bro, I'm so tired of this. Like, I don't know where these guys get their jobs. I want to be as respectful as possible to the people who put these lists out and the folks who do all the work to give us content, to put content out for people to read. I do respect, like, that type of work. But there's so many lists this year that have just been flat out disrespectful to the Eagles. Like, and the ones we've gone through today included. This is a 12-win football team.
Yes.
This is a playoff football team. This is a division-winning football team. And anyone who does not see that or see something close to that, I think is flat off base, disrespecting them, and they're going to look really dumb come January when this team is sitting in prime position in the NFC.
Yeah, I just
Very
want them
well
to look
said,
dumb.
Connor.
Yeah,
I want them. Yeah, I would
let's want them
appreciate
to look
those
dumb,
guys
but
looking dumb. Yeah.
I get it. I get where dummies. They're basing it on last year. They're basing it off of last year.
Yeah, but then, like, why is this guy picking the Commanders to win the division?
Well,
Like,
because he's dumb.
He's trying to get noticed.
Okay, or that. Whatever
trying
the
to get
case may be.
noticed.
Then
That's
his thought
gotta be
process
it.
is dumb.
all right. Well, I know somebody.
all
who,
due respect.
I know somebody who isn't dumb.
Who isn't dumb?
Yeah, he's not dumb. It's just a shame that we won't be talking to him anymore Thursdays at 8:10. Let's go to the Comcast Business
Contract
Hotline,
dispute?
where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He does a tremendous job here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You heard him yesterday for all 4 hours of the best show ever. You heard him on the Eagles Insider Show. And, of course, you can check out his work on InsideTheBirds.com. Andrew DiCecco joins us. Andrew, I'm going to miss you on Thursdays
I'm
at 8:10,
not ready to
my
say
man.
goodbye.
I'm going to miss you.
I guess so we're moving to the day before the game and then the day after the game. So
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you for telling the audience. So, Andrew DiCecco will be moving from Thursdays at 8:10. He's going to join us every Friday in studio for an hour, the 8 o'clock hour, beginning tomorrow, and then the day after a game. So
He'll check in.
Typically Mondays.
We do the check-in.
Right. There's one Thursday game this year, so we'll have Andrew on that Friday morning. But, dude, we're very excited to be working with you all season long. What excites me is I get to talk to you twice a week. Well, actually 3 times counting pregame show. But now on Kincade and Salciunas, we'll hear from you twice a week. We're excited for it, man.
So am I. Really, it's always fun working with you guys, and we're going to have a lot to get into this season, so I can't wait.
And so I don't want to focus too heavily Eagles-Packers because we'll do that tomorrow with you when you're with us for the hour. But something that we're doing today. First, I want to ask our main topic for you, and then we'll start talking about some future stuff with around the NFL and the division winners. I wonder if the Eagles are being disrespected nationally. Now, you look at it from a much different point of view than John and I do, and you're there at the locker rooms. You're there at NovaCare every single day. The word on the street is that the Eagles could win the division or they could straight up miss the playoffs. Like it's a tale of two stories at this point. Like we got potential Super Bowl appearances and potentially missing the playoffs. For those who say the Eagles are going to miss the playoffs or not win the division, are they getting disrespected in these regards?
I think the Eagles totally are, especially from a national standpoint. I think, locally, you have a much better pulse on the team, Andrew, and you see the growth from the spring through the summer, and you know exactly where they're strongest. You know where the areas of opportunity are. So for me, when you look at this roster, there's not a lot to complain about or a lot to have any trepidation about offensively. There's concerns elsewhere, but offensively, I think they're really strong. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to roll up 28 points a game if everyone stays healthy and things are firing on all cylinders. Now, defensively, sure, I can understand why there might be some concerns there, but I think if there's so many young pieces there that are moldable and you have a veteran coach, that gives you a baseline level of production that, at least for me, I have a lot more comfort. My comfort level with the defense is a lot more than maybe some. But, yeah, there are going to be growing pains, especially defensively. But I think when you have players like a Jalen Carter and you have a Quinyon Mitchell and a couple of veterans you can still hang your hat on in C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Slay, I think that should ease some concern.
Can you give me an idea of a player whose opinion you changed your mind on from maybe what you thought in the offseason now that training camp and all the preseason's over? And it could be a positive or a negative.
I'll give you 2. Jordan Davis, because, one, he showed up in peak condition, and this is not this is not where we question Jordan Davis. It's later in the season, but I think right now, hearing that he's well aware of the onus that falls on him and Jalen Carter in being the centerpieces of the defense, that's not lost on him. Fletcher Cox is not here. A lot more is going to be expected of him, and you're seeing a lot more earth. You're seeing him be able to pursue and chase the quarterbacks, and I'm just seeing a lot more of a maturation in him. Nolan Smith will be the other player, John, because a lot might point to Nakobe Dean, but I've been a big, staunch supporter of Nakobe Dean. But Nolan Smith's a player that I've gotten a ton of questions about in terms of just his overall effectiveness. Is he going to be the player that can take that leap? We'll find out soon. But everything that I've seen, you see the traits, you see the strength. He added a lot of muscle to his frame, which he needed. And you're seeing a player who I think is primed to take that next step. Now, what does that mean? The 8 sacks would be acceptable, I would think, from a player who only played 16% of the snaps. But he's a player that caught my attention as well.
We're speaking to Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline. Now, you mentioned Nakobe Dean beat out Devin White for that middle linebacker spot in training camp. And, of course, Devin White will not be playing tomorrow night because of the ankle injury. So let me ask you this. Did Nakobe Dean beat out Devin White because Nakobe Dean is taking a step forward, or were the concerns that Devin White was losing a step valid?
Great question. So the first 2 weeks of training camp, Nakobe had struggled, especially that everything was heightened on that open practice at the link where he really struggled containing Kenny Gainwell on a couple of passing plays and just looked a little stiff in coverage. But I think the final 2 weeks of camp, Andrew, he really turned the corner. He was playing with a lot more aggressiveness. He was really good attacking downhill. But I thought that he was at his best even diagnosing plays, and he was playing a lot more confident and flowing to the football. Didn't seem like he was overthinking anything. And if you're asking me, by the end of camp, if I had to rank the linebackers, it was evident to me that it was Kobe Dean, Zach Vaughn, and then take your pick between Devin White / Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I didn't think that those two. I didn't think Devin White made enough plays. At the head of the class, at the top of the linebacker hierarchy, I thought Nakobe Dean really did some good things. So it really wasn't a surprise to me that he's going to be starting. Now, I thought that it was going to be Devin White and Nakobe Dean, not Nakobe Dean and Zach Vaughn.
You know how much of a geek I've been about Kellen Moore's hiring and how very, very high on it. What can you tell people just what do you expect to see tomorrow night in the first game out? Because obviously, as the season goes on, there'll be more wrinkles that will be, exposed on this Eagles offense. What should fans expect to see tomorrow night that's just going to look so different than what we've seen the last few years?
You're going to see a lot of motion. I think you're going to see some creativity in how they use Devontae Smith. I think Devontae's going to play out of the slot a lot more than he has in his career. And actually, if you're, a spoiler because I'm writing about this, but I think Devontae is going to have the best season of any offensive weapon that the Eagles have. I think he's going to be someone that they look to implement. I think you're going to see the running backs involved in the passing game, especially as Jalen Hurts tries to settle into the game. And I think you're also going to see the middle of the field utilized, John, because that's an area that the Eagles have not looked to exploit with Jalen Hurts. I think you're going to, if you're telling more, your objective is to try and get your quarterback comfortable and into the flow of the game. And in doing so, you're going to want to get the tight end involved over the middle because that's the safety valve. And then I think you're going to want to get the running backs involved in the passing game, which ultimately opens everything up for A.J. Devontae Smith.
All right, Andrew, last question for you. We appreciate your time. We can't wait to hang out with you for the hour tomorrow. But before I ask the question, first, can you just confirm, yes or no, do you have the Eagles winning the NFC East?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I have them winning by a pretty wide margin.
Okay. So with that being said, you have them winning by a wide margin. I do as well. I think they are winning it comfortably where they might not need to play Week 18 unless they're still fighting for a top seed. So who do you believe will be the teams, come December that will be saying, all right, that's who the Eagles are fighting for, the number one overall seed? Because I think people are all over the place with some division winners in the North and the NFC West. All of a sudden, the Rams are getting a lot of love. So who will be the Eagles' fiercest opponents toward the end of the regular season to get that one seed?
I believe it will be the 49ers, who obviously they've eliminated all of their contract, the distractions. And I think the Detroit Lions will be another team that could make some headway here towards the backstretch of the season. So those are the two teams I'd be keeping an eye on.
Do you see this Rams love? I like Matt Stafford a lot, and I think he is underrated in the NFL and always has been. But for them to win the division, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I too am a really big Matt Stafford guy. I think that's a team that's kind of going to be a sneaky contender in the NFC, but I think they're more of a wild card team right now, Andrew. I don't view them as a viable contender to really do anything of significance in the NFC.
So tomorrow morning, it's game day, and Andrew DiCecco will be with us.
Damn right, man.
Look forward to
Can't
it.
wait.
Great. I think it was our best free agent acquisition
Yes.
of the offseason.
Saquon Barkley came second to Andrew DiCecco.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta love it. Andrew, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, man.
Likewise, guys. I can't wait.
All right, Andrew. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. There he is, Andrew DiCecco on the
awesome.
Comcast Business Hotline. He'll be joining us every Friday for an hour in the 8 o'clock hour. And then he'll join us the following Monday to react to the game.
Just the check-in.
Yes. So no more Thursdays at 8:10, but an hour on Fridays and another to check in on Mondays with Andrew DiCecco. We can't wait.
I'm loving it.
Coming up next, I've been teasing this to you. I think there's a way to make some money with some prop bets. We'll reset the entire show. We'll get some texts on today's topics about the Eagles and whether or not they're being disrespected by the national media. But running back props have my eyes.
Okay.
I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. 99.5 The Fanatic on this Football Thursday. We got football back today with the Ravens and the Chiefs. And, of course, we got the Eagles tomorrow night. So all day today it's been a football show with an Eagles focus, but also an NFL league-wide twist because we've been looking at some futures bets. The main question of today's show, are the Eagles being disrespected, or do some of the people that have the Eagles not going as deep in the playoffs or not winning 12 games or not winning the division, do they have a point? I would love to hear from you on the text line, 610-632-0975. We'll get to that in a few minutes.
And that's honestly, I responded to a couple people on Twitter. That's where I'm at. I think the Eagles are getting what they deserve until they change the narrative.
Right. I saw a tweet from our man Raider Frank, who chimed in earlier. He said, "How can you disrespect a team that had an epic collapse last year and was so embarrassingly bad they were widely considered one of the worst teams in the league at the end of the season? Two coordinators magically change all that? Question mark. I mean, we'll see. I think it helps drastically having adults in the room.
Oh, I think it absolutely does.
But I get what Raider Frank's saying. Like, how can you be disrespectful to a team that did this themselves? And that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, they've earned this disrespect.
You're absolutely right, John. But, like, Raider Frank, come on, dude. We're going to do the two coordinators changed all this thing. What was the Eagles' offense the year they went to the Super Bowl? Was it very similar to what it was last year? Because I feel like they had a lot of the same players.
But it didn't look anything like it.
No,
Right.
So what changed? Oh, two coordinators?
Yeah.
And it banged up Jalen Hurts last year.
What are we doing?
Right.
And it banged up Hurts, which we still don't know how banged up he was.
Right, but
because everything's got
literally said he didn't want people to talk about it.
Because everything's got to be a state secret with the Birds.
But pretending like two coordinators wasn't a big difference from the Super Bowl year to last year.
No,
and
it was
then
it was a big difference.
Yeah, like it changes.
It was huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
All right. So we'll get to those texts in a couple of minutes. One more reminder, and I'll remind you again tomorrow because tomorrow will be the first day of it. We have a new feature that we will be adding to the show for Mondays after Eagles games or the Friday morning after the Eagles play Thursday. Obviously, in this case, it's kind of strange because the Eagles play Friday, so we won't be on the air again until Monday morning. But we are going to do a Kincade and Salciunas postgame line, where you can call the number 610-771-9759. We will tweet this out on our social media accounts.
We'll make sure you know about it.
Yeah, toward the end of the
And
game,
we'll remind you
Friday
on
night.
Friday, right.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll give you the number a few more times. It's going to be on the website. The station will tweet it out. But put the number in your phone, 610-771-9759. We understand that a lot of you can't wait on hold for an extended period of time. So what we want to do Monday mornings is check out the post-game show line. This is not something that you're going to be calling in on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's not sound off like, Mikey Miss used to do.
Right.
This is specifically for post-game reaction to Eagles games, 30 seconds to a minute. Have at it, whether you're fired up or pissed off. That will be a line for you to call in, give your immediate reaction, give your passionate reaction,
And tell
your
us who
emotional
you are.
reaction.
Tell us who you are.
Exactly.
Because then we might look out for you. If you come up with a really good one, we might look out for you. It's sort of like the old jury back in the days. You can make a name for yourself.
Right, exactly. Give us your name, your location. You call in, hear my thoughts, bang.
Keep it
And we'll play
like
it.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like-
Don't make
like-
Brendan sit through a bunch.
Right,
And-
exactly.
And leave one message.
One.
There was a guy
No.
that used to leave like 50 a day.
What?
And it was like, all right, I got your one, so now I'm just going to delete your other 49. You wasted basically 50 minutes of your life because they were all minute-long
Oh, my God.
calls. Anyways, 610-771-9759 for that. We'll explain more tomorrow, and we'll tweet out on our social accounts how you can actually do it. You want to make money, John?
I certainly do. Money is my love language.
So I opened this to Connor Thomas's mind the other day.
Okay.
I'm going to do it for you now.
I love this.
So we
Make me
know
money?
that the NFL is a pass happy. We know that.
It
right?
is.
Yeah. They still run the football.
They do.
People act like running the football is dead, and that's why you can you're fine with Kenneth Gainwell as your lead back. Like, no, you're not. You should have a good running back. There's another thing that I didn't mention to you, Connor, the other day that's making me even more excited, and I'm basically setting myself up for complete disappointment.
What are you holding out on me? You didn't want to tell me?
No, he saved some of the good stuff for when I got back.
And that's fair. I understand that.
Some.
The Eagles aren't the only team that don't necessarily value linebackers. Now, they are at an extreme how little they value linebackers. But there are more teams like the Eagles than I think we think.
Okay.
Like, we talk about the Final Four teams last year, how they all had linebackers. Yeah, they did. it's not like the Eagles are the only team that doesn't really have great linebacker play. The league defensively has changed, and they've gotten smaller.
Okay.
They've gotten quicker because they have to defend sideline to sideline. They have to defend passing, right? There's not as many physical corners as there used to be, right? Because they have to try to keep up with the receivers downfield. Defensive have gotten smaller because of what they're looking for.
All right.
So running backs can still have success because if you're a lighter linebacker, good luck trying to tackle Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley, right? So I mentioned to you that to have 1,000 yards receiving, Tyreek Hill is at minus 1,300. It's not even worth that bet unless you're a billionaire.
No.
It's not worth it.
It's not even worth it then, but go on.
Christian McCaffrey to rush for at least 1,000 yards. You want to take a guess at the odds?
Minus 1750? No, minus 2750?
Minus 230.
Really?
That's it. Now, take this into account. Running backs can get banged up.
And he gets banged up, but he's been staying healthy in San Fran.
He has been. Jonathan Taylor, minus 170. That's second best odds.
Another guy banged up, though.
Okay, banged up guys, right. So last year, John, there were 11 running backs that rushed for at least 1,000 yards. 11. McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams, James Cook, DeAndre Swift, believe it or not, didn't play the first week of the regular season and was underutilized in this offense.
Totally was.
Still rushed for over 1,000 yards. So did James Conner. So did Najee Harris, who was painful to watch at times.
Yes.
So did Joe Mixon. So did David Montgomery, who literally split the backfield with Jahmyr Gibbs. So did Raheem Mostert. Same thing with Devin Achane splitting the backfield. Travis Etienne rushed for over 1,000. Tony Pollard was miserable to watch last year, rushed for over 1,000 yards. Breece Hall did not reach 1,000, but was at 994 when Zach Wilson was his quarterback. Rashad White, who I expect a good year out of, rushed for 990. Bijan Robinson split the backfield, 976. Saquon Barkley was on a dreadful Giants team, 962. There are guys that I think are borderline locks to reach 1,000 yards as long as they stay relatively healthy. If you parlay 5 of them, and I'll give you... Go ahead.
Okay, go on. Here's the only thing I'd say before your premise.
Yep.
If I'm parlaying 5, I know one of them is going to be out.
Oh, yeah, of course.
See, that's where I get.
That's the painful part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I'd be worried about.
Okay, and that's fine. So I'll give you 5 right off the bat.
Give me 5
that I like.
All right.
Breece Hall.
Love it. No, I don't like it. I love it.
Saquon Barkley.
I love it too.
Isaiah Pacheco.
I love it too.
Travis Etienne.
Don't love it.
Okay. And Rashad White with the Bucks. That $10 bet on my FanDuel app and on all your respective apps wins you $492.
Okay, that's a really good value. On paper, that's great value.
I'm not telling you to bet Alvin Kamara.
Right.
I'm not telling you to bet Tony Pollard, even though he did reach 1,000 yards last year. I'm telling you to bet some of the top backs in the league to rush for, I will say the word, only 1,000 yards.
Because 17 games? It's
right,
not a
it is an extra game.
And it's not a big deal. Like, 1,000 yards is not something to be truly pumping your chest.
You know what that
about.
is? You know what that comes out to, Math? 58 yards a game.
Yeah, it's not.
Do you really think Saquon Barkley will rush for under 60 yards a game? There might be a couple of games where he rushes for under 60, but then there will be some games where he pops off for 120. That's the beauty of math. That's how you end up averaging. This is something where I think we could get a little bit ahead of the books, especially with the way defenses have changed over the years.
I do. It's the only thing I would worry about is I don't think we could write down 5 running backs. I don't think you could pick me 5 running backs right now, write them down, that will start a minimum of 12 games.
Well, because you don't know, but
because of injury.
But there are guys
so
that will.
that's where I'm saying.
Right,
yeah,
I got you.
But you're not going to be able to give me. We could all write down 5.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you that none of us would find a 5-for-5 12-game start.
Well,
Johnny,
that's gambling, baby.
That's why it's called a gamble.
No, it's the truth. No, I get you.
Now,
I get what
I love this.
Yeah.
Nate in Philly has a similar attack for
I like
this year.
this.
What's up, Nate? What do you got?
Nate.
What's going on, fellas?
Hello,
Hey.
Nate.
Hello?
What's
Hello?
up? Let's
You're
go.
on.
You guys got me?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you, Nate.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
We're good.
What do you got?
All right, here we go. We got a 4-leg parlay, all running backs, over 1,000 yards. I liked your play. I don't like the 5 that you did.
Okay.
You said 11 people had over 1,000 yards. That means you got to get half of it right. That's really hard to do.
I hear you.
So
That's fair. That's fair.
I would trim that down to at least 3 or 4. But here, let me go. So we got Saquon Barkley. Already talked about it. Bijan Robinson. I think those 2 are underrated. You got to get those 2.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tony Pollard as a dog, and then Davon Anchin out there in Miami.
Devin
That's
Achane.
a 4-legger.
Devin Achane.
Chain. I'm sorry, Devin
That's all
Chain.
right.
That's a 4-legger, 51-1. That means you put $100 on there, you will win.
I don't like Pollard.
$1,000.
I don't like the Pollard.
And look, and that's fair. And thanks for the call, Nate.
Thank you,
but
buddy.
he's got the same mindset.
And I don't like Travis Etienne.
Okay.
Again,
The beauty is you could do a couple of these.
No, you could exactly.
Because
Take
the
a couple
payout,
flyers
you hit,
and the payout,
you hit
right.
one.
You hit one, you got it.
It's well worth it.
I'm telling you, I said it before. When I made my 2017 season Eagles to win the Super Bowl, if I think the Eagles have a chance to win the Super Bowl, I'm always going to go. I'm always going to say, put $100 on it.
Right.
I just do that. And the year they won the Super Bowl, it was 35-1.
So it paid out.
And walking up to cash that ticket was one of the most beautiful moments of my life.
I'm sure it was. All right, so we'll get more reaction on all of our topics coming up next on the text line.
That's amazing.
If you got any props, you let us know. I know Johnny's going to talk about a few coming up in a second.
I have 8 for you.
And then in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll pick our division winners. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thursday morning, a Wendy's Thursday morning. Connor, you do the honors. What number?
4.
Caller number 4 to the contest line, 215-263-0975, will win our third of 4 $50 Wendy's gift cards. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Notice, I have not messed up 1 hour yet.
You have not.
With the Wendy's gift cards.
And by the way, I bet the over on that, so I lost.
It is football. There's still another hour.
Bet Parks has an over on Andrew's ability to mess that
Don't
up.
worry, there's still another hour to mess up. But that's where I'm at, baby. It's football season. It's
Zoned in.
It's honestly, it is. It's time to get your stuff together.
Yeah, but I bet over 1.5.
All right,
so I already lost.
Oh, you already lost. All right. Yeah, see, it's time to get your stuff together. All right, it is freaking football season. It starts tonight
It does.
with the Ravens and Chiefs. I cannot freaking wait for it tonight.
Great game.
And then tomorrow, man, all day long here on the Fanatic, we will be eagled up. I can't wait for the pregame show. We'll be doing it at Xfinity Live. It's going to be packed. It's going to be buzzing. I can't wait, man.
I'd
We're
leave
here.
now.
Yeah. Yeah, probably a good idea to get there. It's going to be a busy day. I'm curious. I wonder how many people that are listening to the show that will be at the watch party at the link.
I think a lot of people are going to go. If I set the over-under at 30,000.
I'd say over.
I'd go under.
I think I'm going over.
The only reason why I say it's over because it's different.
And you get the chance to watch a game in
At the link.
building at the link.
And it's something it's something different to do. And it's a Friday.
Friday.
If it was a Sunday night, no.
No.
But it's a Friday night. Like, there might be a lot of people that are like, I want to do. Part of me wants to do it.
Okay, I am not speaking. I'm trying not to speak out of turn here.
Okay.
This is from what I understand, this is a bit of a test run.
Ooh.
That this may be something that if it is wildly successful, that they may consider this for future games.
Can I say something? How come it's not done more often as it is?
And the whole league, it's not done, but it makes sense.
Like, I love when any sport does the watch party at our stadium when they're playing somewhere else.
Like, I think the Sixers could do this. I think the Flyers could do this in a playoff situation.
Right, it's got to be a big game. It can't
It has to be
can't
big.
be Sixers Pacers in January.
I think this is a dry.
12 people in
I
the
think this is a dry run, honestly, for this concept.
Yeah.
And I believe the Eagles may pull it out of their bag of tricks again this year.
All I'll say
Yeah.
is those TVs are bigger than mine. Believe it or not, the big screen at the link is bigger than the TV I have in my house.
It's just not my thing. Like, for me, I'd prefer to be at a bar or I'd be at my house on the couch.
Controlled environment.
Exactly.
Yeah, me too. But there are people, and we've talked about this a lot of times. I love sports because of what it does for people. It brings people together.
Yeah.
There are people that are Eagles fans, but they might not watch the Eagles. It's like the white men can't jump line. You know, you might listen to Jimmy, but can you hear Jimmy?
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that watch the Eagles, but they're not, like, taking notes. Not that you have to take notes to be an Eagles fan by any means. Like, they're not watching.
There are different levels of fandom.
There are people that are like, hey, let's get together to watch the game.
It's the event.
Yes.
It's an event.
And I think there would be a lot of people that would go to the link for night road games as long as it's nice so you can actually see the TV pretty well. I think that would actually be a home run. I'm surprised it took them this long, honestly.
And I think you might see it again.
All right, what do we got in the text line there, Connor?
We have a lot of people still checking in on the Eagles' disrespect and how they're feeling about that. So let me go ahead and pull up our most recent. And we've got Sean from Levittown here.
Hello,
said,
Sean.
I think it's more disrespectful to say the Eagles don't make the playoffs. Based on the roster, how he's built, there should be no reason why we don't make it to the playoffs, even with the questions we have on defense.
Same.
That's where the disrespect is.
Right.
It's not disrespectful to not think the Eagles are going to either win the division or go to the Super Bowl. Like, I don't think it's disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful, the division thing. I don't see them not winning the division.
I don't either.
I really don't. But yeah, the people that say they're not even going to make the playoffs, I think that's just completely ridiculous. And I think it's disrespectful. All right, coming up next in the 9 o'clock hour, we will pick our division winners.
I'm ready.
We will put it set in stone, and you will see the fun that I have every single year with these division winner parlays that keeps you locked in all season long despite the heartbreak that you usually get. It is Kincade and Salciunas also in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk about some storylines outside of the Eagles in the NFL they'll be paying attention to. Another big hour ahead right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. o'clock. Also, Charles Barkley will be in studio for all 4 hours with Mike Missanelli. So make sure you are listening every minute because you never know what you're going to get. It's always an absolute treat when Chuck comes in the studio. And so we'll get to hear from Charles Barkley with Mike Missanelli for the entire show today. That's exciting.
I think it's going to be great. Look forward to it. And Bill's got duty tonight, too.
Yes. He will be doing the show tonight from 6 to 8. So make sure you check.
He's working tonight and
out.
tomorrow night with you guys.
Well, yeah, he's got double duty just like we do.
You're setting the bar
for the
high.
pregame show.
Yeah, you guys do. I'll be cheering you on.
Well, I appreciate it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't
There'll
wait.
be an adult beverage, and I'll be back on my Landis block. Beautiful outdoor paradise.
Listen, man, you enjoy yourself right before kickoff. Outdoor viewing tomorrow for you? Because that's what I'm doing.
I do not know. I do not know because
weather's supposed to be beautiful.
It's supposed to be awesome.
Weather's be an idea. That's outdoor viewing for me, man.
Man, it's awesome.
We'll be joined momentarily by Kevin Nagandi, who joins us every single Thursday around this time. Just my fault. I texted him a little too late, so that's why I haven't promoted it. But later on this segment, we are going to put in our official predictions for the division winners across the National Football League. And spoiler, I have the Eagles winning the NFC East.
So do I.
And I'm amazed by people who don't have them winning the NFC East. I am more amazed that there are people that don't even have them making the playoffs, which is why today's main question is whether or not the Eagles are being disrespected. Now, this man that joins us every Thursday around this time has his pulse not only here in Philadelphia, but on the national level, and knows that there are probably some people inside his own office that are picking the Eagles to not even make the playoffs. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. From ESPN, the great Kevin Nagandi joins us. Kevin, first off, sorry for the late text message. That's my bad. Second of all, why are the Eagles being disrespected, if they are in your mind?
I don't know if they're being disrespected, to be honest with you. I'm kind of surprised with the lead-in, Chunas, that suggesting anybody where I work actually thinks they're not going to make the playoffs, because everybody I've talked to has talked about them being, whether they're division champs, they're fighting for the conference at the end of the season, or potentially Super Bowl bound. I have not heard one person say anything that they're not going to make the playoffs.
I think the most damning one was Bill Barnwell, who I think does a tremendous job, and I appreciate his work, because even though I might not agree with a lot of the stuff, he at least gives legit reasons, like detailed answers as to why something might happen. And he put out an article a few weeks ago about the 5 teams that will take a step back this year. And the Eagles were one of them. And I go, wait a minute, a step back from a team that had a historic collapse and basically only made the playoffs because they had a 10-1 start? That kind of scares me.
Well, I mean, to Bill's point, I'm not going to justify all the arguments he's going to make in this. But to Bill's point, is the last time we saw them, right? We saw them reeling, right? And that team that just didn't want to play for the coach in that playoff game, and that coach is back. It's really hard to kind of get a feel for this team until we watch them. And you can't say preseason, because preseason is completely different these days. To really get an idea of what a team's going to be like. Because the minute we thought that they were rolling like they were the first 2 months, we saw the collapse in the final 6, 7, 8 games. I've never, ever, and John goes with me here when we talk about the history of understanding, and it's not, Chunas, you just got the benefit of being younger than us. I have never experienced a collapse like that as a fan, and then the coach is back.
Right.
Amazing.
I can never remember a coach coming back on that talented, have a collapse like that and say, yeah, we're going to run it back with this coach. So it's hard to kind of gauge where this team is going to be. And we also know that the role has changed for this coach, right? So I'm curious to see how this coach handles adversity. We know he's got it down pat when things are going great. How is he going to handle adversity after dealing with it last year the way he did? And he didn't handle it well. And he's talked about maturity and emotional awareness. And also, guys, like, plain and simple, he's a CEO coach, because the power has been given to the coordinators from the top, and you bring in Kellen Moore, you bring in Vic Fangio. So it's a completely different dynamic from the last year or two. I ask one thing, and again, I think I've said this a couple times. This is not Nick Sirianni bashing here, But what does Nick do? A coach on the sidelines for a team that has championship aspirations, what does he do? Does he make them better? And I'm trying to figure out, where does Nick Sirianni find a role to make this team better this season?
I will tell you this, is that I think during games, Kev, I believe it appears that he has had a pretty good feel, though, about when to go for it, when not to go for it, things like that, challenges, making those decisions, whether that's being made by someone's recommendation up in the booth. I actually don't feel that bad about him when he's on the sidelines making those kind of calls. It's with the fact that last year he couldn't stop the plane from crashing, and he had a seat in 11C. Like, he just sat there and watched it.
Absolutely. And what does the coach do when you're in a losing streak, right? Or things are, changing in the locker room, the dynamic is falling apart. The coach has to hold it together, right?
Yeah.
And the players have to play for the coach. And it just didn't seem like it. That Bucks game was a disgrace. They were ready to go. The season was over, and they didn't want to play for the coach anymore. So I'm curious, do they play for him? Do they play for him during a losing streak? Is there any type of adversity that they're going to face? And I think the first month of football across the board throughout the league will be sloppy because it's going to be preseason, especially the first two games. You're going to see some sloppy football because many of these starters don't play now in August, which is justifiable considering it's a 17-game schedule, and you don't want to get hurt early on. So there's a lot of factors. The thing that really is interesting for the Eagles more than anything else, compared to anybody else, is that this first game is in South America, and the second thing is it's not a home game, right? The home environment, I think, would be different against a team like the Packers. You don't have the home field advantage, and you're not even remotely close to being in the country. How do they handle all that? Does that help them? You don't deal with the noise. You could stay focused, stay in your hotel leading up to the game, and you're playing a team that's actually pretty darn good, man. And I know we got a lot of weapons. The secondary for the Packers, they can handle what the Eagles are going to bring. So what are you going to do? Does that mean more carries for 26 early on in Kellen Moore's offense?
Kevin, what's your opinion on the game in Sao Paulo? Not everything else that goes on with Sao Paulo. I know there's a lot of security details that they're expanding. I'm talking about specifically Eagles-Packers, a marquee matchup that is not being taken place in a packed home field of Lincoln Financial Field, or if it was the reverse situation at Lambeau Field. That's something that bothers me. What's your opinion on it?
Maybe it can help this team a little bit, especially with the expectations. If they have a slow first half, right? There's no added pressure from the experience of PTSD of what we experienced last year, right? Carrying over on every single possession as fans, right? The one thing I'm going to be watching this whole game, especially in the first half, is how often do the Packers blitz, and do the Eagles handle that? How much motion are we going to see compared to seeing nothing at all now in Kellen Moore's offense? What do they decide to do in third and short? Do they hand the ball off to a guy, Saquon Barkley, who you can make a case could be the next Christian McCaffrey if he's used effectively in this offense? Does Jalen's knee look okay? Can he make a couple plays with his feet to extend plays and then throw? I'm curious about how does Cam Jurgens handle the center position without Kelsey there. Those are the things I can't wait to see. And then on the other side, are you getting pressure from Jalen Carter up the gut and Jordan Davis? And how is Bryce Huff handling the outside? And can you cover? Can you cover on the outside when you talk about three legit, even potentially four wide receiver sets that the Packers run, and all four of those guys can catch? So I will be very curious about all the holes that we addressed. I think that how we actually face head on, did they answer them, especially out the gate against the Packer team that's going to be really good?
If you wake up on Saturday morning and I text you and I say, what are you most excited about that you saw? Would it be the offense just taking the lid off the Packers defense and putting up 37? Or would it be that the defense did a job that maybe we didn't expect to see? For the long-term view of this season, what would make you feel better Saturday morning?
John, I know where you're getting at, and I think long-term defense would be the big thing. To me, it's offense out the gate. The offense can cover a lot of holes in the defense as they figure it out, especially with two young guys in that secondary, right? So to me, is the offense gelling? Because there should be no excuse with this offense when you look at the veterans. They're not bringing in anybody new. You've got phenomenal wide receivers. I'd love to see them throw the ball across the middle, something we didn't see a lot last year with Goddard. And I want to see how Saquon has to have 25 touches. And if that's like potentially 19 carries, 20 carries, and 5 catches, great. He's got to have a minimum of 25 touches in this offense. And I want to see that. I would be most excited if they opened up blew open the lid here like you just mentioned on offense, and they scored 35 points, and suddenly you're like, okay, Kellen Moore's offense is much better than what we experienced last year. We got a comfortable quarterback, and we're utilizing all the weapons.
Kevin, last thing before we let you go, obviously we're very Eagles-focused here in Philadelphia, but the league starts tonight between the Ravens and the Chiefs. We just are so fired up that football is back. We're going to get into this later on in the show, but I want you to be the guinea pig, Kev. What is the storyline that you'll be paying attention to the most throughout the season that we might even see on the 6 o'clock Sports Center on a nightly basis? What storyline intrigues you the most?
Wow. So are we talking national storyline?
Yeah. outside of the Eagles.
Obviously, I think it's Kansas City and three-peating. That's a big deal. I'm curious about the Ravens and how they use Derrick Henry. And, I mean, I can't escape it. I'm really curious about what we're going to see with the Cowboys. It's not an obsession that I have. It's just that
You're not allowed. Yeah, you have to face it every night.
And listen, because Jerry's found a way to make sure no matter what, they're in the headlines because the quarterback dealing with the final year of his contract and the biggest contract in NFL history for the next year. And who are they going to throw the ball to outside of CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson? They don't have consistent running backs. I'm really curious to see what this team looks like long term, because we're not going to escape that storyline. It's going to be a major on surrounding Dak's future.
Kevin, you're the
Good
man.
job, Kev.
I just want you to know, despite last week's conversation, I am still talking to you wearing cherry and white.
As you should.
Good, he should.
I am. There were some
Navy
people
this weekend.
Yeah, damn right, man. 1-1 this week. It starts this week, and the real start. Last week was week 0 for Temple. Week one's this week. Kevin, we appreciate it, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Fellas, be good, man. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go
There he is,
Birds.
Kevin Nagandi from ESPN. Yeah, 51.
What happened last week?
51-3 happened last week,
I know,
John.
but what happened? Like you were upset before the game?
Oh, no, I told Kevin, I said, hey, between you and me, I'm laying the Oklahoma 42.5.
You're despicable.
When you say week 0, does that indicate 0 defense, or is that the number of?
Yeah, dude. I saw people jumping ship, though.
That's terrible.
Buddy Chase,
believe me.
Chase Senior, man.
I was all over him.
Yo,
I called him out.
You can't. He was like, I want to be adopted by a new college football
I
person.
said, kiss my butt.
You can't do that.
Buddy,
No.
jumping ship, you're in a Flex Seal boat. If you're going to get in at the start of the season, you're going to stay in for the year.
Hold on a second. Flex Seal would be
Flex
good
Seal.
for Temple.
Yeah, Flex
I don't
Seal
think
will
we
take-
got Flex Seal, dude.
We'll take the Flex
You got
Seal.
duct tape?
We got dollar store duct tape. All right. They'll be fine.
Yes.
I said bet the over and wins. It was 2.5 this year. They'll get to 3. Okay, so as promised,
Okay.
we're going to give our division winners here. So something that I've been doing for a couple of years on my FanDuel Sportsbook app, and of course you have all your respective apps as well.
Love my BetParks app.
As
Connor
you should.
is. He's got his app.
Oh,
too.
Caesar Sportsbook, baby.
So there you
Nobody
go,
better.
see?
Damn right, man. And
We
I
got the
do,
trifecta here.
I do want to let you guys know. I mentioned it in a read earlier, but FanDuel is doing something pretty cool today with an odds boost. It's getting boosted from minus 185 to plus 120 for Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson for 450 passing yards. So that's 225 each, right? 225 passing yards each, getting boosted to plus 120. So you can check that out. But
I don't like it. But
the division winners. So this is something that I love doing every single year. I like to bet all 8 divisions, and then I like to do a little bit more of a juicier one for the ones that I really like. So I might do $10 on the 8-legger, but maybe I'll do 20 on like the 4-legger because I want to try to get close to similar payout. So let's run through it. And we'll start with the AFC East. Jets, Bills, Dolphins, Patriots. Now, John was wondering, will we have any...
How many of these 8? I think we're going to only find 5 that we agree on.
Okay. Well, let's go
you,
through.
Connor, and I, 5. We'll probably match on 5.
Ooh, that might be high.
You think so? Really? Okay.
Yeah. So I have the New York Jets winning the division. Now, the thing I don't like is that they're getting a lot of love.
Yeah.
It's more so I don't think the Bills are going to be good this year. They'll probably be a wild card team.
Neither do I.
But I don't think they're going to be that perennial Super Bowl contender that we've been seeing. And I don't really love the Dolphins. So I have the Jets winning the AFC East.
I think that the Dolphins are winning the AFC East. And I think the Bills will miss the playoffs.
Wow. Okay. Connor?
I have the Jets, too. I think Rodgers still has something, and that defense is too good.
That defense is really
He has something. It's a mental disorder, I believe.
If his head's on straight.
No. He's fixed it. He's been in darkness for at least 48 hours.
I have them winning the AFC East. I don't have them winning the Super Bowl like some people are saying. All right, AFC South. Now, this one's tricky. Texans, I immediately say Texans.
Everybody in the world's picking the Texans.
But they have the 4th hardest schedule in the NFL. So I will tell you right now, I'm picking the Texans in my 8-legger. I am not picking the Texans in my
4-legger.
In my 4-legger.
I'm picking the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
To win that division. Remember, the Texans don't make the playoffs if they complete that Minshew pass that went bopped right off the running back's shoulder or whatever.
Yeah.
They go to the playoffs, and they wouldn't even have been in the playoffs. Houston.
Yeah. Connor?
I mean, you guys are making a lot of sense. Texans.
Okay. Everybody and their brother.
Listen, Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon, the acquisitions on that offense, they're pretty darn good.
And you know what? Their defense is good, too. Like
they got defensive-minded head coach.
We talk about the Eagles' skill position players and how they'll carry the defense. Houston actually has both.
Yeah, they're a good football team.
But their schedule's very difficult. Connor, do me a favor. Look at the final 6 weeks of the Texans' schedule. It might freak you out.
I don't really listen. A good football team's a good football team.
I know, because the other teams will also be looking at the Texans like, oh boy, we got to play the Texans. But their final 6 weeks, man, is difficult. AFC North: Ravens, Bengals, Browns, Steelers. You guys may have a guess as to where I'm going here.
I'm going Bengie.
Same.
I'm gonna go Ravens.
And you might be smart. I think the Bengals defense is underrated. And I think Joe Burrow is looked at as a guy that's just, we got to wait till he puts together a healthy season. He has put together a healthy season one year, and he went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we got you and I both have a little bit of the crush on.
I got a
Joe
crush
Burrow.
on Joe Burrow.
Yeah, so do I.
What is it? The Eminem look, or
I like him.
Yeah,
but the weird thing,
shady look.
Like this division is one where I feel like it could be like a 12-game winner and an 11-game winner, and then they're both really good going into the postseason between Cincinnati and Baltimore.
Well, here, don't forget. Here's the one scary thing about this division: they're all pretty good.
Pittsburgh stinks.
Their defense is good.
The first year, and I said it before, off the year. Steelers, this is the year they will have a losing record, and I think the Birds will give them their 9th loss.
And that might happen, but all I know is last year, all 4 teams of that division had a winning record. All 4, which is crazy. All right, one more in the AFC, and then we'll do the NFC coming up next. Chiefs, Chargers, Raiders, Broncos. We're all Chiefs, right?
Have to be.
That's what we all agree on, yeah, Chiefs.
Okay, so of those 4 teams, the only team that's not plus money is the Chiefs, which is why all 3 of us went with the Chiefs. The Ravens plus 145, Bengals 165, so they're close. The Texans are at plus 100. Jags are second, ahead of your Colts. And then the Jets are plus 160, the Bills and the Dolphins. We'll do the NFC coming up next. And also, I asked Kevin Agandi a question about the storyline that he'll be paying attention to a lot this year. I want to do the same thing with us here as a show. So we'll finish the NFC division winners. We'll tell you what the parlay will be for all 3 of us. And then we'll go through the storylines coming up in the 2024 NFL season.
I can't believe it. It's here.
It's unbelievable. All right, Kincade Salciunas returns coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get to some calls. We'll get to some texts. I want to find out what the biggest storyline you'll be following in the NFL season is, but we got to finish off these division winners. So far,
We only agreed on one, right?
in the AFC, Connor and I both picked the Jets for the AFC East.
I have the Dolphins.
You have the Dolphins. AFC South, we both have the Texans. You have the Colts,
So
Johnny.
I went different than you two twice.
And both times you picked the third team in terms of odds. AFC North, you and I both picked the Bengals, but Connor picked the Ravens.
Right.
And the AFC West
We
is
all
the
went
only
Chiefs.
team. Yeah, we all went Chiefs.
Okay.
The NFC,
We all go Birds?
go Birds. Connor?
What? NFC's Eagles.
Okay. All right. I saw you shaking your head in there. I was like, what are you
Sorry,
doing?
Vito's in my ear yelling at me.
Hey,
on the
Vito,
phone.
stop it.
Back to back, we all
Okay, we have an agreement
swept
there.
the board. NFC South,
Falcons.
I have the Falcons as well.
Connor?
It's got to be the Falcons, right?
Okay. We agree on that one.
See, that's the.
I don't.
What do you mean, gotta be?
It's a bad division.
But
It is a
there's
bad
no
division.
other team that's good.
Well,
Like, I don't think
are the Falcons good.
Yes, they are.
Good, good,
Yes.
good, good.
Yes. 10 win good? Yes.
I think they
Nah,
win the
I don't
division
think
because
they're-
of their quarterback.
You don't think they're what?
I don't think they're. I think they may end up with 10 wins. I don't
No,
think
they're
they're
gonna be-
10 win
No.
good.
What I'm saying is, if you're saying is 10 wins good, they're going to get 10 wins.
Well, let's see. They're better than New Orleans, no doubt. Right?
Yeah, and,
I
and
think
Carolina stinks.
Carolina. Remember,
they're not even a
gonna
football
benefit.
team.
They're going to benefit from having two of the worst teams in the
Right.
league in that division.
I think. Look, here's the only reason why I say I don't think it's a lock. Even though I am with you, I'm taking Atlanta. Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield's Baker Mayfield, but he's
is
still
Kirk
got.
Cousins better?
Yes,
Yes.
Baker Mayfield still has weapons, and and that defense in Tampa isn't bad.
Is Bijan better than anything they've got running the football in Tampa?
I like Rashad White.
better than Bijan Robinson?
It depends on how they use him.
Wow.
He was not utilized correctly last year. Now they have a new head coach.
He's still at 1,000 yards rushing,
Yeah,
pretty much.
he could have had
and
more.
everything. He
Bottom
could've.
line, all those teams stink.
Yeah, I'm going Atlanta. Are you said Atlanta too,
Yes.
Connor? All right, so
Yes.
that's 3 straight
Yep.
where we swept the board.
Okay.
And that's the scary thing for me.
The West we're going to agree on too, right?
I have San Fran.
I have San Fran.
I'm thinking about the Rams.
Are
but
you
I'm gonna,
really?
I am.
I
but-
got to ask why. Because we have seen you're not taking crazy pills if you take the Rams
Because people are into it.
that's CBS, the 6 guys that I've been talking about, 2 of them have the Eagles winning the division, 3 of the Cowboys, 1 is the Commanders, which is insane. They're split. 3 have the Niners, 3 have the Rams. There has been a lot of Rams love recently to win that division. As I said earlier, the 49ers to me are like the Chiefs of the NFC. Until they fall off, I'm still picking them. They might lose the Super Bowl every year, but I'm still picking them until they fall off.
Right, but I'm deciding if I want to play the smart player, if I want to go Babe Ruth and call my shot here and say this is the year that you see the 49ers become pedestrian again. Now, getting Trent Williams back and getting Brandon Ayuk signed, like those are things that are going to help him. I'm going to go San Fran, but it's close.
One of the reasons why I think it has to be San Francisco is because for them it has to be. Purdy gets paid after this year, right?
Purdy gets paid.
What money do they have left? Like, they might have to not blow it up, obviously. They'll still have a good football team, but unless they have the cap wizard stuff like Howie Roseman does, and unless their ownership is willing to pay up front like Jeffrey Lurie does, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble next year financially.
They have a move they're not going to make, but if you're a great GM, you would do this. You would move on from Brock Purdy and realize he's not as good as he looks in that system and say, I can replace him easier than I can replace the roster around him.
Yeah, but then the question is with who? A rookie quarterback?
Figure it out. There are other Brock Purdys out there.
Yeah, there might be. All right, so what are you doing? Rams or Niners?
Niners.
Okay. Oh, so
Okay, so
you
we
are
have
going
4.
Niners.
We got 4 right
but
now.
it's close.
Now, this is the last one. I don't see the lines falling off the way you do.
I don't think they're going to fall off where they're bad.
Step back.
They're going
you
to the
said.
playoffs.
Okay. But
Green Bay's winning the division.
you think Green Bay wins?
Yep.
I have Detroit winning that division. And I like Jordan Love more than you do, which is funny.
You do.
And you like Jared Goff more than I do, which is funny.
You do.
That's funny. But I like the Lions. Connor?
I like the Lions, too. I don't think Green Bay's as good as everyone thinks they are. I don't.
I don't think they're going to show it tomorrow night.
I don't see it at all with this football team. Like, not
You
at
don't
all.
see it at all?
Not at all. But, like, Jordan Love played 6 good football games. And the playoff game that he won was beating a Cowboys team that shoots themselves in the foot year after year after year. And when I watch Jordan Love play, I see a good quarterback. But you know what I think when I see Jordan Love? I think Deshaun Watson. I think a talented quarterback that can win you a game or two here, but is never going to put it all together. And on paper, looks really good. And in practice, just doesn't have the weapons, doesn't have the overall ability. I don't know. I just get that feel.
Okay.
I think a lot of Matt LaFleur, and I think he's going to have them winning 12 games.
You say you think a lot of Matt
11,
LaFleur. What tells you that?
Because the fact that he's been one of the winningest coaches in the NFL since he's been a head coach.
In what?
And he's got
regular season?
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, what has he done in the postseason? I know we're talking
we're
about
not betting on the postseason.
Well, Dan Campbell played in the NFC Championship game last year.
He did, and I am a believer that the Detroit Lions last year have set a bar of expectation way too high.
Okay.
All right. So
do I think that they're making the playoffs? Absolutely.
So my 8 legs, a $10 bet wins you $1,800
Okay, mine wins $1,750
on a $10 bet.
on a 10. No, there's the plus. That's it. So 7. You can do that. You win all 8, $1,750.
Wait,
You
yours
win
is
$1,800.
How's mine higher than yours?
I don't know. Mine's $1,750. If I do mine, no. If I put in yours, because I went with yours.
Oh, okay.
Mine said $1,750.
All right. Well,
mine goes 22. Mine goes 2280. 2,280
on a $10 bet.
Yep. 2,280.
Odds are different, man.
Okay.
It
Well,
depends.
just that's what I'm. It depends on where people bet.
If I plugged yours into mine, it's $6,470.
Oh my God! Then do it. Do it just for the hell of it. Do it.
And then Connor, I'll plug yours in real quick, just so we can have it.
You want me to read it back to you?
Oh no! Whoa! Thank God I didn't push the button. I didn't put in the right one.
Oh,
but it says 6,175.
I was gonna say. I was like, Jesus, how is mine $4,000 more than yours?
6175. Okay, there's a difference.
All right, Connor, you're going 49ers.
Yeah, I'm going Niners.
Yours is losing because you went all favorites.
Because you're in the cheap.
What do you mean mine is losing?
What do you get, like $1,300?
None of get $1,700.
None of us have money.
Wait, you go Jets or Bills?
I went Jets.
Oh yeah, so you went chalk. Boo.
I ain't go total chalk. Did I go total chalk?
Yeah, you went total chalk.
Okay, screw you guys.
You went all favorites.
I'm going to tell you.
Well, I guess I'm smart. Vegas agrees.
I think the Lions are going to have a hard time living up to all that hype. I think that the Colts are going to be the team. I think the Colts were the better team last year than the Texans. They were the better football team, and I don't believe this year they're doing it with Gardner Minshew. I think people are sleeping on the Colts. I think they're sleeping on Indianapolis.
Okay. All right, let's go to our man AC in Delco. What's up, AC? How you doing?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Real quick, it's funny you did those divisions and picks and stuff. I did that 3 days ago. I posted it on Instagram. My division winners: 49ers 13-4, Eagles 12-5, Green Bay 12-5, and Falcons 10-7. Wild card: Rams.
You got our wild card too, huh?
Yeah. Rams. Lions. I got the Lions, and I got the Falcons. I don't have the Lions winning the division.
I thought you had the Falcons winning the division.
The Falcons winning the
You're
division.
confused now. Just stick with us here. All right, AC. Too much.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got on Jalen Hurts there, AC? The season falls on him?
Yeah, the season falls on him because last year he didn't look the same as far as his mobility, moving out of the pocket. He seems slower to me. And I just think, I'm worried about all those years that it pushes and working too hard on the legs. And if you lose your legs, and that can tend to happen sometimes. And he had an injury late in 2022 against Chicago, and I don't think he's ever really been the same.
Now, the good news to try to calm your nerves there, because I have I felt the exact same way as you did last year when it came to the mobility. He couldn't beat edge rushers running to the outside anymore, which is something
Did they say bruised kneecap?
It was the bruised knee, bruised bone, whatever Jay Glazer reported. Just based off of the videos that I've seen out of camp, My eyes tell me he looks faster, and then I trust the reporters in the city. They all say that he looks faster
He
this
looks
year.
better?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good because I don't think he's the most accurate. So I think his
He was
mobility
the
made him.
he was the
made him
number one
accurate.
he was the number one passer from the pocket in the entire NFL in 2022. So I'm so tired
you
of
know,
hearing
but
that.
you know what helps there? And AC, thanks
Thank
for the
you,
call.
buddy.
What helps there is his mobility.
Yes,
Because they have to.
he's very good throwing on when he's rolling
Right,
out.
but even standing in the pocket, if you know that he could break at any time, you can't just rush all the time. You have to set the edge. You basically have to set the edge against a passer with Jalen Hurts.
It looked like it looked like a Monsignor Bonner offense last year.
I think his mobility also helps his pocket presence, and he didn't have that last year. All right, coming up next, it's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. We'll get to some more text messages before we get out of here, and our storyline to pay attention to in the NFL, as today is Week 1. It starts tonight between the Ravens and the Chiefs. I can't wait. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wendy's Thursday morning. Let's give away the last one. Caller number 2 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. Call number 2 will win a $50 Wendy's gift card. Wendy's new saucy nugs are taking nugs to a whole new level. Choose from 7 different flavors for a whole new way to nug. It's got to be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. We'll get a text message in here before we get out of here. We'll also give our storyline that we will be paying close attention to. But don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock, it's the Mike Missanelli Show with special guests for all 4 hours. We saw him during the break. It's always great seeing him here. Charles Barkley.
He looks damn good, too.
He looks great, man.
I thought I recognized that guy.
Yeah, seen you around before.
I mean, his Charles looks fantastic.
He'll be on the show all day today with Mike Missanelli, so make sure you're listening coming up at 10 o'clock. But it is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So I'll ask you, do you believe the Eagles are being disrespected, or do you think that some people have a point?
I think the Eagles brought the disrespect on themselves.
Okay.
Because of the way that they pooped the bed last year at the end of the season. So they have every right to be doubted by people. I think they took their step back last year. I think last year was the step back.
Step back season.
I think last year was a step back. It's not a Super Bowl hangover, and Bill Colarulo and I have gone back and forth about that. When you start 10-1, you didn't have a hangover. When you come off a Super Bowl and you're 10-1, you didn't have a hangover. But what I would say is this, is that it's up to the Eagles to prove that they haven't taken a step back. I don't believe they have, and I believe last year was what we said. And I would put it as last year was a misstep. It was a step back as far as achievement.
Okay.
But last year was a misstep, and I believe they've corrected the misstep, and we're going to see a fantastic bird season.
I'll go back to last year. I thought Jalen Hurts was going to regress from 2022 to 2020. The word regress is like an awful word, right?
All right.
Even though factually he did, but it might be too harsh of a word. If I said, hey, I don't think he will be as good as 2022, but I still think he's going to be good, people probably take that in a much more lighter way. When I use the word regress, people are like, what are you talking about? He's going to regress. I think it depends on how people take it. There's something that people get very upset about. Oh, he's just a system quarterback. Well, if the system's built for that particular player, why is that a bad thing? The Jalen Hurts thing. People try to take away from Jalen Hurts. Oh, well, of course he's going to be good. He has A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert, Devontae. That's not his fault.
No, it's not.
Like, he's got to get the ball to those guys. Can I make the case that other quarterbacks would thrive in this offense? Yeah, of course. Does Jalen Hurts not thrive? He had a down year last year, but he was still statistically pretty good, and I expect him to bounce back. He does a tremendous job here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Andrew DiCecco joins us.
If you're asking me, by the end of camp, if I had to rank the linebackers, it was evident to me that it was Kobe Dean, Zach Vaughn, and then take your pick between Devin White / Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I didn't think Devin White made enough plays to be at the head of the class at the top of the linebacker hierarchy. I thought Kobe Dean really did some good things, so it really wasn't a surprise to me that he's going to be starting.
There's Eagles fans who sort of believed in Hurts from the beginning. There's Eagles fans who, I think the vast majority of them, sit on the fence.
Yeah, I think that's
and they
a
still
lot.
don't want to jump in. And then there's the Eagle fans who were wanting them to move on from Jalen Hurts even after his first season. And I think that when you ever think about moving on from somebody, you always have your eye on moving on from them.
Okay.
And so I hope Jalen Hurts can move you into the camp of being, I think it's going to be the year that moves this entire fan base into, we have our franchise quarterback for the next 10
And I'm expecting that. Do you think the Eagles are being disrespected, or do you think some of the media members have a point when it comes to talking about the Eagles? Now, let's face it. The Eagles' defense is still a major question mark, right? And we'll kind of see how it plays out. I think we have all come to terms with the offense has to win them games. You just hope that the defense isn't, Swiss cheese like you saw last year.
Yes. Today, do you feel better about where the Eagles defense is from what you saw over the past 6 weeks? Like what you saw, what you heard, what you've consumed, who we've talked to. I sort of am at the same place.
I don't know if I feel better than I did in July, but all I know is, and I've said this to you guys a couple of times now, the Eagles defense, this one at least has upside, whereas last year they were who they were.
They were.
Well, the fact that they got to 10-1 was amazing with that defense last year. When the defense started getting ripped apart, I wasn't totally surprised because of the lack of talent they had defensively. This year, there's question marks, but I think they're good question marks. Like, Quinyon Mitchell's a good question mark. I don't know if he's going to be Darrelle Revis in year one, whether he's in the slot or in the outside, but he's got an upside. He's a first-round pick. Like, I believe in Quinyon Mitchell. I believe he's going to be a good football player.
I'm excited. Like, I woke up this morning with a smile on my face knowing that this is beginning because I truly believe we're on the dawn of what's going to be a fun 4 months of Eagles football.
All right, that's a Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Try out their Key 3, the OG Pills Legendary Philly Lager, which is the 2023 World Cup of Beer winner. Walking on Clouds IPA and the Vienna Lager, which is a 2-time Best of Pennsylvania winner. Visit VonCBrewing.com. Find out where you can pick up your Key 3 from Von C today. All right, give us a text, Connor. And then I want to do the storyline thing before we get out of here.
All right, no name on this one, but I think you guys are really going to like this. Stay with me on this. The texter says, despise the Eagles.
Take your time. We have 2 whole minutes
Okay,
left.
despise the Eagles. Live here now, but from New York. Love the New York Giants. But reality is the Eagles' odds for the Super Bowl, well, they're probably the best bet on futures out there. The defense might even crumble, but if Hurts is even okay, they have a top 5 offense. They're being disrespected.
All right, thank you from a logical Giants fan. I despise your team. I despise you too. But I'm glad that you realize our team's good, and I will say your team's trash. All right, so one of the storylines that I'm fired up to pay attention to this year, because I'm a football guy, I'm curious about the Arizona Cardinals this year. I don't think they're making the playoffs like some people are picking. But I'm curious. Their win total is 7.5. That's pretty high for a team that might come dead last in the division.
Especially with the San Francisco 49ers and Rams in the division.
That's
under.
high.
I think they're winning 7. I think they're winning 7.
All right, so you have your 8 over-unders that you love the most.
Yeah,
what do
my
you got
my
before
8
we get out of
over-unders
here?
here so I can get them ready for
Today's
here.
ticket day. Today you got to get your bets in.
I have the 49ers under 11.5.
Under.
Green Bay over 9.5.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize it was that low.
Atlanta over 9.5.
Okay.
Bears under 9.5. The Bears number's 9.5.
Their defense isn't bad. They must think that Caleb Williams
Under.
is going to be a stud.
And I don't. Miami over 9.5. Cincinnati over 10.5. Indianapolis over 8.5. And the Pittsburgh Steelers under 8.5.
You've been saying that for a while now, that this will be the year they finish under 500.
losing
I
record.
don't hate your bets.
And I put 25 on each.
All right.
To
Well,
start.
that's something
Hey.
that we can pay attention to all season long. It is ticket day in football, man. Get your bets in, get your futures in, wherever you do it. Have some fun today. Enjoy yourselves tonight. And then tomorrow morning, man, we got nuts.
Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partners, FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Save some lives. Cancer research does it every day.
All right, everybody have a great, great rest of your day. Enjoy yourselves tonight.
Tomorrow's green or black? What color are we wearing? Not allowed to wear green. It's dangerous.
Phil's win. I'll be wearing red.
Here we go.
There we go.
But enjoy yourself the next 4 hours.
Woo!
Because this is an absolute treat. The Mike Missanelli Show is always a treat. But Charles Barkley sitting in all day today. It's always must listen to radio. That's all I'll be listening to on my drive home and probably while I'm at my house as well. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.